What is up, homies? We are back. Back. We are a little bit later than I was actually intending to start, but that's because I was doing some Twitch management, Twitch updates, and hanging out with the lady, which is always a fun time and worth doing a little bit more work. One of the things that I did, and you may have heard it at the beginning of the stream, is I added some custom changes to the channel points. So channel points have minerals now instead of just channel points. And we also have a couple of things that you can do. You can only do them once per minute, which is probably fine. And that shit's loud as fuck. I don't even know if you guys can hear that audio-wise. I'll have to actually test that on OBS, because I heard it, but I don't know about anybody else. So let me see if I can add a... You didn't hear it? Okay, so Lucy redeemed that, and now he's down 500 minerals. Unbelievable. Once I get it working on my end, I'll play it again so that you can get the experience of it. But let's see. If I have to add an audio source. That's an application audio capture. That's not really what we want. Yeah, I guess it's just going to be playing through my desktop audio. But that's really bad form, because it is something that I should have as a custom audio source, since I don't let you guys hear my desktop audio as a matter of course. I will have to look into that, because this is a soundboard stuff that's like part of Twitch's own thing. So Twitch alerts audio source OBS. We'll see if we can find some information about that real quick. Let's see. This is 6 years ago, so this is definitely not related. Well, I guess we'll have to figure that one out a little bit later on, because that's definitely dumb. Application audio output source doesn't work, of course. That's not really what it's supposed to be for. Oh yeah, this might be more relevant. Alerts and sound alerts not coming out through OBS, which is 2 years ago. Oh, I see. In the browser source for your alerts, check the box that says let OBS control audio. Did that. Oh, okay. So now if I go in and try it, thanks for bearing with me for that, guys. Brace yourselves. I'll actually lower the audio for you guys a little bit preemptively, because it's going to be pretty loud for me. And then we go ahead and do that. I am a hero! Okay, only problem is I can't hear it now, but you guys can. So maybe I need to... I have to do some modification from that, because otherwise you guys are going to listen to stuff I'm not listening to, which is not really sensible. What's up, Mafios? Yeah, come to Twitch, YouTubies. Oh, that's another, that's one of those, okay, so this is another thing that I did today, which is I set up some better TTV stuff, and that guy just tried to do Peepo Happy, but it wasn't a thing, so now I'm going to look for it. Peepo Happy, see if I can find it. What is that anyway? Yeah, there you go. All right, so now I've added that. I don't know how long it takes to sync, but you should be able to type that and it'll actually show up as an... Oh, it updated. There you go. Instantaneous. Very nice. So, yeah, I've been doing stuff like that. Oh, I should probably... but no sad. No, you can't be sad. It's not allowed. No sadness. Let's take a moment here to figure some stuff out. Okay. That's up. Now I should go back to that. Of all the things to get, it's of course a Reddit thread that has this issue. In the browser source for your alerts, check the box, and then after the above you set monitor and output advanced audio properties. Okay, that's what I was going to do next. Monitor and... Okay, so we're going to try one more thing. This is known. This is right. We're going to try the Protoss one.
We are Legion!
Okay, so I heard that, and it looks like it went through to you guys as well. So we have accessed the Epic. Peepo Sad is also added. Peepo Happy is also added. Very nice. Very nice. Okay, everything is good to go. Everything is good to go. So thank you for bearing with the first couple minutes of the stream. It's not normally like stream-related announcements and stuff, but we are streaming way more often these days, and so I think it warranted the work to do something like that. So we'll go ahead and adjust our camera angle here so you guys can see Mike behind the chat. He's always lurking. He's our chat moderator, guys. Mike is watching our chat as a result of that. But yes, welcome. Welcome. We have none other than Luciferius in here, our Twitch mod and YouTube mod, our homie who does it for free. What a guy. And one of our longest running donors. Appreciate you, dude. We got Jimmy in the YouTube chat. We got Biddy B. We got Kian. We got that Mafios guy. I forget. I feel like you're on the server somewhere, but I actually forget what your Twitch emote works through. Anyway, welcome. I've seen you in the chat before. And I think, yeah, we're just greeting everybody, saying everybody hello, and we're about ready to get started on some casting. We're going to start off with some Zerg versus Zerg, but I do have a stipulation there. Godwheat submitted these replays without the version of the game that they were from. So I guessed what version they are from, and we're going to see if we guessed correctly or if we guessed incorrectly. So that's the fun part about the start of the stream, as far as the first game is concerned. We've got 2 ZVZs to get through. No idea if something is going to be obviously wrong, but that's the way it is. If you don't give me the information about your replay, that as you're supposed to every single time, and the reason why most people don't put the version in there is because they leave the replay unedited. The file name has the replay, but he renamed the replays, and so we don't know what they're from. So we're gonna guess, and we're gonna hope that we were correct in our assumption. Let's see what the order of them was. It looks like it was, yeah, okay. So we're gonna start with this one here. I see. Oh, it's on air gap as well. Okay, well, I don't know if both games are on air gap, but we saw this when Zeke was playing against Cannoli, so we have seen this map before. This will be an interesting time, indeed. Oh, and of course, I would be remiss to say, if I did not say, that, you know, we do have an ability to, if you have the ability to donate, you can, of course, donate on streamlabs.com/Pronogo to support the stream. It is a good time. Even the motorcycle engines agree with me. And I think with that, we can go ahead and get started for our casts today. Yeah, let's see if we guessed correctly on the ye old version. Godwheat, who donated yesterday to tell me that the ZVZs were a good time, is in the bottom right. This is on new patch ZVZ, so this will be interesting as well. This is going to be the Vine Green. No, just regular green Zerg. And Cannoli in the top left is our Pumpkin Zerg. And, of course, Godwheat would like this map. There's a big-ass rift in the middle of the map. Unbelievable. It's an interesting idea to play around for like a map concept, though. And that's actually one thing that I do like about it. Like, he has this big thing in the middle of the map that's something that you gotta play around. And there's very obviously, like, lanes of engagement for the map. I think that's interesting. So Cannoli is going to come in here and make his Quasith pool fairly early on, compared to Wheat, who is just making a Larvosk, and it looks like he's waiting for money. Zerg here. Yeah, that's correct. That is indeed true, Artosis. Thank you for letting me know. And yeah, we have the pool. We have that pool coming up. It's going to be a good time, guys, with the with the channel. I don't know how much channel points some of these people have. They're going to be just pumping those out willy-nilly. Something to spend your money on. Because obviously we have access to... Oh, the Zerg name pasta? Yeah. Well, I gotta get an audio... like, I guess I have to get Goku saying it or whatever the fuck. I don't know who said it. Who said it best? I think the Goku one was probably the best one. But anyway, we do have... couple of really roll cores here for defense. A lot of quads just popped for Cannoli, but he's going to move across the map, and the pool will be done. Also, having 2 Rillarocors pocketed like this is pretty useful, because the way that you think about it, when they pop and when they die, they spread a debuff that obviously reduces armor. In the case of the Quas, that doesn't matter because armor doesn't get reduced into the negatives, but it does reduce the attack speed, and so your Quas will absolutely annihilate their Quas. But Godweed's actually making Zeths, so we're going to have to see. It should still help out to have the Rillarocors there. But as soon as you see the Quas out here, oh, he's actually just going to go ahead and send them across. He hasn't seen them. Slip the net, and I think Cannoli might have seen the tail end of it. And add to that, he's making Drollets right now. This man's losing Larvosks. The Quas are going to come back, or the Zeths are going to come back, but not in time to help. He is helpless to deny his opponent the kills that he needs, and the Zeths are here. I think the Zeths are in enough number that they will be okay, and he ends up remaking the Larvosk just fine. A little bit of micro required, but Cannoli not quite able to do the job. One thing that I will say is that Cannoli is making a Zorkish Shroud, even though he wasn't actually spending money back in the base or anything, and he had a lot of mineral bank during that, as Cannoli often does. His Zorkish Shroud is halfway done. He did do the big time commitment thing that would have required a lot of attention from him to make. He made that before he decided not to micro much. So that ends up working out in his favor, given his limited attention, I guess you could say, the APM as a resource, kind of playing around that. And now he's committing a little bit more into one base, but you can see Godweed is actually taking his own expansion as he tries to storm up the Zeths there, up the ramp, and sees that there's a bunch of Quas. Obviously, if this was like a Vornath attack, the Circuith would help quite a bit. It'll also help later on if there's going to be drops, and we do have an Ovoleth being made from Godwheat, as well as, of course, the Hydrith Den. So far, so good for both players. I don't think critical damage has really been dealt to any player. It can only got a little bit of damage on the Larvosk, but I feel like that's mostly neutralized as the game sort of continues to default, because Cannoli is going to be down an expansion pretty soon. Godwheat not only gets his hatch up, but also has more workers, generally has more larva. We only now have a second Larvosk coming up for Cannoli, so for the longer period of the time, Godwheat's had more economy, more workers, more units, more larva, and that is going to make a really big difference. Now, another thing that could make a big difference, though, is the Zoryusthaleth, is the fact that he's got the Zorkish Shroud up and running. So that's something that you got to watch out for here if you're on the side of Godwheat, if you want him to win the game, win the day. And in fact, I should be /predictioning so that you guys can do that. We'll say Godwheat or Cannoli versus Godwheat. I'm not writing his whole name out. What a lunatic. And you guys can go ahead and Twitch Gamba so that you can redeem for sound effects now, because that's a thing that exists on the Twitch channel. Can you believe it? Alexander also joins us on YouTube just in time to see a horde of Quas attempting to riposte the assault. Now, this Larvos kill is much bigger than the one that Cannoli got earlier in the game with his Quas. That's also going to trigger Cannoli to try to move, but he is committing pretty heavily, and look at all the Quas here. You will be able to overwhelm individual Zoryus as long as your micro is on point, and right now it doesn't really feel like Godwheat's is. He split damage across 2 Zoryus, and finally will focus down those 2, but I think by the time he finishes this third one, he's really going to need to rely on his reinforcements. Some damage can be done here by Cannoli. Is he going to go after the hatch? That feels like a wrong choice, but he's going to give it a try. I would actually love to see him pop one of his own Rillarocors just so that it rends the armor a little bit. He'll try to spawn camp these Quas. Godwheat partnering out some of them off to the side just to split the attention a little bit, and now his reinforcements will clear it out. And again, I really don't think that the hatch was a good target. If you were going to do that, you probably needed to kill your own Rillarocors in sequence so that the armor end would allow your Quas to do a little bit more. Remember, by the other side of the map, the Larvosk is down. Hatch is finished, so at least that is like a larva neutral development here. But again, Godwheat is up in terms of larva production. He's got 4. Cannoli only has 3. And I know that's 3, but that's not enough. A lot of Quas pouring through the middle lane. I'm still waiting for somebody to make like a League of Legends Summoner's Rift or a Dota, I forget what they call their map. Like in Cosmonarchy, like similar vibe, but they replace like the jungle camps with expansions or some neutral asset, and you have like the mains are in the bottom left, top right, stuff like that. Somebody would do that, and then I would be able to say, yeah, going through middle lane, going through top lane. I guess like top left, bottom right would have expansions too, so it'd be like, you know, top lane. Maybe all the towers would be resource nodes. I don't know. You'd have to scale it up a little bit, but I think it could work actually. Yeah, Mafios was asking about the time it took to kill the hatch. So the 3 armor here is really what screws with the quads. If we can find a quads to click on, I can show you that they have an attack that is they have 2 different attacks, similar to, like, they have 2 limbs, right? So they fire 2 projectile attacks, 2 instant hit attacks. And so even though they have 1 armor pen, that means that their attacks are being reduced by 2 damage twice. So instead of doing 6, they're actually doing 2 per hit. Because and that's why the armor end would really help out. If you pop the Broodling equivalent, it runs 1 armor for a short time. And so I was encouraging him to kill his own Broodling so that he could get that armor rend. It's like the Devourer debuff, similar one. It doesn't stack, but it's a thing that looks very visually similar and behaves similarly, where it also reduces attack speed. So that would have been something. He also could have made the Zergling equivalent. If he did that, the buildings would have gone down way more, but he really wanted to make sure he had enough quads. So a little bit of a game mechanic there. It's like it's not quite a hard counter, soft counter thing. It's more just like, as a general rule, when you see armor, you want to either bring armor end or bring units that have good armor pen, or just high damage so that the armor doesn't affect them as much. Like high damage single attack, like the Dragoon equivalent that we have, the Drakadin. Really, really good versus armored targets because they deal 15 damage. And so even if you're reducing that by 3, it's still 12 damage you're being taken all the time. So a little bit of a vibe there. Now, Godweed is going for the fast lake. This is allowing him to access those Apex strains very early on, but he is going to have to cancel them, which doesn't give you the full money, and that is going to be a problem. Now, he has also made Skithra cores. These guys can wipe through worker lines very quickly. The burrow is good, but there are still some quads that are, unfortunately, just selling their Drolet down the river. And he might just go ahead and attack in a line here as well, killing all of those units in a line. He made his own skits. He's got some quads. He should be able to fight this off. But this does mean that Cannoli is very much under the pump. Godweed just looking like a superior player mechanically, and maybe also a little bit strategically, trying to take a 3rd base on the high ground, which is curious. Not exactly certain that will work out super well. But I will say that Cannoli is usually the ZVZ sniper. There was a 3-0 in favor of Cannoli over Godweed when he first played in Acropolis qualifiers. So the fact that Godweed's looking this good versus a player like Cannoli, who's honestly been playing pretty well so far recently, like not necessarily in this game, but in general, that's pretty impressive. Lyrilisks are out. They're going to chew through these Zoryus. They've got the armor pen necessary to get through these tough puppies. However, their attack speed is being reduced heavily by those Broodlings that spawn outside of the Zoryus as soon as they take damage. Oh, but the reinforcement round of Hydra's way too much here. Honestly, if Cannoli GG'd here, I would not blame him. There's a 3-base Zerg he's up against. Sure, he's got some Lakis for the anti-ground, but there's only 2 of them. You don't even need the Ovaleth, but there is one for detection. So there's really not much of a room here for Cannoli to get out of dodge. I think he's just about dead. We've got so much more production here for Godweed. He added 2 more Larvosks, which are pretty expensive as far as gas goes. But look, he's capped his ridges. He's getting extra Vespene from this. This is like having 2 geysers in one base right now. Every single one has been capped, and the Skiths are fighting each other. There's more Skithra cores for Godweed than there are for Cannoli. This is such a one-sided affair right now, and unless he really bungles and clumps up like this, now if the Skiths dove on those from Cannoli, he could have actually wiped them because of the splash damage, but still, it wouldn't have mattered. Look at the Hydras. He's now going to go back down to 1 base. He's got a bunch of Lakis hatching. Oh, 3 of them at the natural. If he had all 6 up here and he dealt with the air threats, I would actually give him a chance, especially since he made his own round of skits, but there's absolutely no hope now. Also, you got to watch out for the Lyrilisc having its anti-air attack. That does deal splash damage. Pretty wild stuff here. There we go. The skits erasing what Godweed has, but there's way more on the ground. And even then, he still ends up living with 1 skip. GG is called, and Godweed takes the first game. No wonder he donated telling me to cast these. Makes him look real good. Well, let it be known, if you want to be like Godweed, not only do you have to play the game, but you also just send some money my way every now and then, and we get to cast your highlight reels. It does also seem like we had the right patch there, so I'm a little bit more confident in how the match went up. So in the fact that we have the right version and all that. So let's get back into it for game 2. There's only 2 games, so this is going to be the last time we see these 2 players duking it out ZVZ today. I'm sure they'll play some more ZVZ at some point later. And Godweed's not even here to enjoy his time in the limelight. I'm sure he'll watch back the VOD later. He always does. But welcome one and all to the Godwheat show, as he is, once again, the green Zerg in the bottom right. And once again, Cannoli in the top left as the pumpkin Zerg. I am going to quickly check to make sure that I did not post the same replay twice or something, because I feel like I might have. You never know. It's always good to check. No, this is a different one. Okay, so we're good. Hydrith then first. Cannoli obviously making some deviations there. No Larvosk first for Godwheat. And there is the pool instead. So Cannoli's been experimenting with Hydrith first. Oh, what's up, Boris? Welcome. Cannoli has been experimenting with Hydrith first for a while now. And it's one of those things that I do think is, if it works, if it can work, it is interesting. I also fear that if it can work, people will always do that and skip Pool and skip Larvosk, you know what I mean, like as the openers. They'll just always make Hydrith. One of the things that I was so happy about when Cannoli was experimenting with Hatch first in the last Acropolis is that, generally speaking, the way that it was working out was that it's just an alternative to going Larvosk opener or Pool opener into Larvosk or something like that. And so that to me felt really good. That to me felt like something that I think is definitely worthwhile to add in. And now we have Godwheat going for a very like greedy opener where he's made the Pool, but he's now going to try to make a really fast second Larvosk. You can see he's a little bit out of sync. He could have been harvesting minerals for a little bit longer there. But that means he will have a little bit faster in extra larva. And that was the difference maker in the last game in many ways. So love to see that. Definitely going to have to, you know, watch out for some kind of rush. But he's kind of holding his larva just in case, right? He's like, okay, in case I get attacked, I'm going to hold my larva, but no attack is coming. So really, not that you can know this. This is a bit of a blind counter situation for build orders. Going for extra larva super fast in ZVZ means that the Hydrith build, in particular, is going to be a little bit weaker against you. Sure, we got Zero Cores coming across the map, but you can deal with that once the threat arrives. They are not going to kill a Larvosk. Zero Cores always want to go after the workers. They've got that multi-attack. They can deal, you know, bounce damage, basically. But it's not going to be the same thing when you're talking about the Larvosks themselves. And Godwheat's getting ahead of it by scouting first. And now he sees, okay, now I need more combat units. Maybe I'll just order a couple of other road cores. He's making a K-Grunt. He's going to turn that into a Circuith, most likely. But honestly, he'll probably hold this even without that, as long as his splits are good. Really good control on splitting those quas. And, yep, I was expecting a bit more on the military side here, but Cannoli is able to run him down. Circuith going to be a little bit long. And yeah, you can see him trying to clump those up and then maybe drill onto the Zero Cores just as his other combat units hatch. Now again, I was expecting him not to go for the Circuith route, but just to make more unit route. I felt like that would have probably been a little bit better. Obviously, Cannoli has a lot more on the side of... Really good drill, by the way. Oh, no, don't kill your own worker! What the hell, Godwheat? More like, not Godwheat. Anyway, the thing that I was expecting out of that is definitely more military, less Circuith. Because I feel like the Circuith doesn't really help you, especially based on placement later on in the game. But overall, I would say Godwheat isn't too unhappy about that. Obviously, he's very down in workers, but he has more larva, and that's really what matters. Now, Cannoli is scaling up his larva production and has a lot of minerals. So there's a chance that Cannoli can actually take this game in a early window when he's got like way more workers, but even larva. But you can see Godwheat's rolling up. This is exactly what I was kind of predicting, is that as long as you know, okay, I need to replace my lost workers and I have more larva to do so, those worker losses hit harder on a player that has less larva. So I don't think these quads can overpower the 4 Hydras. We do also have Zero Cores coming, so there's no chance that this attack has anything, but it does scout, and it does kind of make Cannoli think, oh yeah, maybe I want to make more military instead of workers, and that gives Godwheat the edge when it comes to the worker count. And so that's sort of what we're seeing here already. It looks like he might be thinking about taking an expansion. No, he's actually going to set up some static defense. Okay, so we're kind of getting Godwheat locked into a one-base situation. Cannoli has a ridiculous amount of money, so of course he will expand. That makes sense. But Godwheat is a little bit off from being able to do that. Because you have more larva, you're spending more as well. So that's another thing that you got to factor in a little bit. His circuits are coming up pretty soon. These two are going to get pocketed off to the side. They might help out later, or just body block or something if Cannoli wants to retreat as the circuits are starting to hit him. But everything is fine here for a Godwheat hold. We're not worried about him being cracked open. There's not enough Zero Cores for that. Yeah, as soon as you see the double circuit, you're like, okay, I'm done. Now, there is a Zorka Shroud coming, so we're probably going to see Lake is. Meanwhile, Cannoli going for the Ski Back. I guess Skiff, the flying unit that did the line trace damage earlier in that first game. I would suppose it's going to be a Skither Core. We shall see. We shall find out together. Already have a little bit of what I presume are going to be anti-air Cesients coming up here, static defense. Yep, 1 Spraith, 1 Circuith. Okay, so he's actually going to do anti-air and anti-ground. He's doing anti-drop. Let's see, Pool turning into a Vornath Pond. That is going to allow 1 more step towards the Calcure Lake for those Apex Strains. We saw them a little bit from Godwheat in the last game, but really I think the biggest deal is that he just had way more units, way more economy. Can only a slight worker lead, and is about to have much more of a worker lead, and plus, of course, has this other base running. So Godwheat is on the shoe's on the other foot. He's going to have to come back into a game where he does not have the economic advantage, and straight into the Calcure Lake. So really emphasizing that. Wants to see if he can bust out with those Lyrilisks, which are pretty fast and have really good damage. Remember, they also have that armor rend, so things like the Iziracore having 2 armor. Well, the armor penetration that Lyrilisks have is 2, so they will ignore that, even for their bounce damage. Very, very important. 4 Skithocores coming up for Cannoli. I mentioned earlier that Lyrilisks have an anti-air, like, splash attack. It's not very high damage, but if you get a lot of Lyrilisks, which it looks like Godwheat is setting up to, since you morph them out of the Quaz, they will obviously do a lot of splash damage in one concentrated area, and then, of course, yeah, 11 of them should be enough, more than enough to handle 4 Skiths, and the stack up is definitely going to be a real deal. So, 2 Hydras are standing vigil because they know that the 2 Quaz have left. They don't want to allow the Scout. They don't want to allow the Skithocores to be spotted early. So these Quaz are not going to be able to get much done, but he does see the Kagura with that Quaz, so he knows that there's the expansion down and a little bit of forward Kagura as well, forward creep. Now the Lyrilisks showing up might give Cannoli some pause. Is Godwheat even going to attack up here? Yeah, he is. Okay. I was going to say, he should definitely try to clear this position just so that he can get rid of the Vanguard, stopping him from expanding. I guess you could call that a soft contain, but I wouldn't really consider those units high value for contains. He's unburrowing his Droleth that was on the ramp, and he's going to go ahead and try to set that up, but then he made a bunch of Droleths instead, so now he can't. Silly Godwheat. We do eventually want to investigate adding in the resource reserve. It's a bit more convoluted to implement than one might expect. There's a lot of edge cases that can come up with not having money that you, or like having a reserve that is money that you get back if the order changes, and like all of the different cases where the order can change and things like that. So at some point we would like to do that. But of course, right about now, that would actually instantiate an APM tax to players who are used to it not being reserved. So there's also the question of like, do we want to change a mechanic like that when people are so used to it being a certain way? I don't know if the answer is yes. A lot of circuits, and here is the primary spot. The primary sort of crown jewel of this defense, the Khazit Cesian. And you'll notice that there's a yellow overlay flashing over everything. For those uninitiated, anything empowered by the Khazit gets an extra projectile, up to 2 extra projectiles that deal half damage. And this includes melee units. We don't have any here. But like the Circuith, it'll start targeting 3 units instead of 1, and those extra units will be damaged for half damage of the primary target. So it's a very potent force. Now, at the same time, doesn't really have his eyes on any new bases. And Godwheat clearly does, as he's trying to take that high ground in the, you could say, interior 6, or inner 6. He's definitely trying to do that. Now, we have more Larvosks, we've got some Spraiths. I don't know if he spotted Skiths or if he's just worried about them in general, but there's 16 of the things. Like, 2 Spraiths are good, but you will be able to overpower them or just ignore them with that many. So, we'll have to see what the defense ends up looking like. That looks like how AI manage their workers when they're trying to build something and they run out of money, so I was really wondering what was going on there, but it's probably just a rally point that he's pulling them away from. The extra hatch coming up at inner 6, so that will be the 3rd base for Godwheat. I am worried that the sudden ambush, in the same way that like in Starcraft 2, there's the toxic strat of Terran, where you just build like a billion battle cruisers and then teleport them somewhere as soon as they're scouted. That's basically what Cannoli is doing here, and there is scouting potential, but Godwheat isn't really using it. So I am a little bit worried that we could be running into a game where it's just like, yep, the Skiths show up and you're dead. It might be one of those anticlimactic ones. Oh, interesting. I didn't even really notice this earlier, but Godwheat actually canceled his Shroud and went for a Den instead, and then went for the Zerka Shroud now. So that's kind of, I don't know if clever is the right word, but it's curious. If he goes all the way up to the Apex strains available from that particular building, which will require 2 different mutations, and they will take a very long time, he could actually easily counter the Skithocores. Well, the Ovaleth moves forward and sees exactly what's up. The Lyrilisks are not in enough number to deal with both the ground army and the air army. But if he tried to focus down the cloud of skits to the south, he would have definitely thinned the herd a little bit. I love the one egg living forever because there's no armor pen on any of the units that we just saw. Beautiful. A lot of Hydras being made, but right about now he needs more Lyrilisks for the anti-air. You can see his army kind of just waylaid in the middle of the map. He might be able to jump on the Bactylisks, but honestly, I would just try to run here. Yeah, he's already going to start to do exactly that. His unit's just out in the middle of nowhere. Is Cannoli just going to take advantage of the fact that there's total chaos on the map? He'll wipe all the workers over here if left unchecked. Godweed not paying attention to it, too busy trying to skirmish in the middle. And admittedly, Cannoli's army on the ground is definitely in a bit of a weird spot. But now he's got about 5 workers of to the better. He might try to just focus down the hatch, which you rarely have enough Skither cores to do. Again, armor pen rules and stuff, just like we saw in that first game. So there will be a punish for this. He's going to lose a lot of his skits, but was it worth it? I don't know. It's a lot of lost money, but he is also going to shut down one of the mining times. The problem is that there's a third base easily ready to transfer. And okay, yeah, sure, Godweed isn't mining from his ridge very well, and he needs a third worker on this geyser because, well, the geyser is placed in a funny way on this map. But overall, I think it's still a reasonable tactic here. You can see more Skither cores coming on back down, trying to cancel the hatch. Now they're going to dive into the main base. There's enough... oh, look at that. They actually slow their attack speed for a moment and rend their armor. These Drillettes can just kind of escape with a burrow. There's not so many skits that they're going to be massacring the workers in the same way. Plus, remember, Godweed has lots of larvae that he's not using right now. So he'll jump on it and clear it out. But that's only showing you the line trace damage there. He targeted the hatch and just let his skits do the trick. This base was mostly depleted, so it actually wasn't that bad that Godweed lost those workers. Not as much of an impact as if it had been not depleted, because your mining rate goes down for depleted minerals. It takes longer for one worker to do the job, so your third worker becomes completely helpless. It does not help with a mining efficiency at all. And the second worker is about a quarter of as efficient as one worker is. So on normal circumstances, you usually just end up with like 7 to 10 workers on a depleted base if you're monitoring it correctly. I believe this is a 1500 mineral map. Yeah, it is. So that also means that you mine out a little bit faster. We've moved to 2000 as the new standard, but I actually don't mind when people experiment with different maps, different sizes or something, different amounts for the resources. I think it's probably acceptable to have it be a variable thing every now and then, just to have different maps that have different things. I know StarCraft 1 ASL maps and stuff have the same sort of quirk sometimes, where there's like a couple of minerals are less, or a couple of minerals are a couple of bases have lower mineral counts or whatever. And so having a couple of maps that do that as well is not really a problem in my opinion. We can talk a little bit about the complexion of Cannoli's army. He has gotten to the Apex melee unit out of the Hydrith Den, evolving it all the way up to the Tethvith Swamp, which gives him access to the Tethzora core. Every time this unit takes damage, there's a small cooldown associated with it, but generally speaking, multiple times a second, I believe, or maybe I think it's like twice a second, you can take damage from the Teth, and then it will fire a spike back at you. So that's one thing that it does, and that spike does deal line trace damage. It pierces. I'm only trying to take a couple of extra bases. Looks like he doesn't actually want to take 12 o'clock right now. Seemed like it was a good idea to do so. He's oversaturated in this base, so it's a good thing that he's taking in a third. The other thing that the Teth does is that it has a lifesteal ratio for every damage point that it deals. So it also is very tanky. It's a very powerful unit. It doesn't do a lot of damage by itself. It can deal with like small hordes of units because it deals splash damage with its melee attack, and obviously it has the line trace damage. So it can deal with like, infinity Zergling equivalents, right? The Zephyr core. But generally speaking, the biggest use that it has is just staying alive forever. Kind of like Drain Tank style, where it's just life-stealing a lot. All right. Third base up, and fourth base coming up at inner 12. I guess we would call this 9. Even though there is a mineral-only base that's like 8-ish. 6 o'clock on the way for Godweed. That'll be his fourth base. So I guess our players are kind of keeping within step of each other. Remember that the base down here, the natural for Godweed, has been resaturated, and he's adding a lot of sprays. Yeah, we're kind of getting into that territory where both players are kind of using a lot of what they can access at Tier 1. All of the unit strains that we've seen so far are indeed just Tier 1 units. So the Apex strains coming out used to be Tier 2, the Tethzora core, the Lyrilisks, but generally speaking, they're now all Tier 1. You can access them just by evolving. So we are going to get up to Ultra cores pretty soon here, or at least the tech for them for Godweed. He may also choose to just go for the Gorger core, honestly. This ground army is going to make all of Godweed's army move out of position. setting Cannoli up for a counterpunch directly into the natural. Let's see if he is able to defend his ground, though. The Tetzoricors will not kill each other necessarily, but the Bactylisks are here as well. Not a lot of armor pen with this army from Cannoli on this side. And, of course, now we have Cannoli running in with the rest of his army as well, doing his best to just blindside his opponent. Now, his front line is starting to falter, partially courtesy of all of the Bactylisks that are here, despite their lack of armor pen, but also partially because the Zoryus was there, and the Zoryus definitely helped out with the armor end. But he's once again going to end up losing his natural. You can see, you can watch the Tetzoricor get its lifesteal back occasionally. I mean, the problem is I'm clicking on full HP ones all the time, but yeah, they do indeed do that. Yeah, its health bar keeps, like, reposting a little bit from what it was. So yeah, it's soaking up a lot more damage from the Hydras. This feels like it could be pivotal damage if he gets on top of the production like this. Even as a couple of Tetzoricors attacking 6 o'clock, so that's going to be really difficult for Godwit to deal with. It looks like he has just barely reposted it for his whole army, but again, at what cost? Lost his natural, no mining there. I think he's going to lose this hatch. And there's another round of units ready for Mr. Cannoli. So this does look like it's just an utter massacre. 3 Ultra Cores coming for Godwit. They also have a lifesteal. Yeah, and just at the last second, they're not quite able to finish the job on those Tetzors. They stay alive a little bit too much with their lifesteal, so they do bring it down. I don't really rate their damage that highly, but apparently 2 of them were good enough to clear out the hatch. So all's well that ends well for Cannoli, and not so for Godwit. I guess he might still consider himself in this game because of his army size, but it's really easy to kind of ignore that army, like maybe sack the space, escort the Drollets up to inner 6, and then Cannoli can just migrate his army into the other territory, and his Ovalet spotting where the army is as well lets him try to just absorb the pressure. He's got a lot of Bactylisks on the way. What's up, Shopkeeper Dog? Welcome. Shambler also chimed in earlier. Welcome, welcome. Now, these Ultra Cores are going to be hard to bring down. We don't actually have that many Hydras. So we'll have to see if they do end up faltering. But there was only 3 of them, and the first 2 are already, yeah, just about handled. This one's consuming corpses, so it's a little bit faster, a little bit attacking faster as well, so that'll be harder to bring down. The rest of the army, though, I think Cannoli has what it takes to riposte it. Oh, that Ultra Core is still staying alive. Maybe I'll be made a fool for doubting it. Yeah, actually, Cannoli looks like he is going to be broken through here. He's making 13 Hydras, though. I think he's recognized he just needs to get rid of that Ultra Core, and so he does. I don't know exactly how he's going to deal with all of the Bactylisks that are still here, but good evacuation of the Drollets to inner 6, and we got Hydras coming back in across the map for Godwit. He might be in a position where he feels like he has to just all-in attack from this spot because he took so much damage. He's retaken his natural, but he has no workers there. Bops the third base for Cannoli. 1 Zoryus and a couple of Hydras attacking into this position as Bactylisks are morphing downstairs. This is not looking too hot, as Cannoli will have to evacuate his inner 6. Well, maybe I doubted Godwit a little bit too much, because this is a much more playable spot if he renders all of these workers null and void, either by killing them or killing the hatch. He has the Hydras to do so. The Bactylisks are hatching. A couple of them have already gone down in eggs, but yeah, that's where this really starts to turn. Reinforcements coming in. This hatch will not end up dying, but a lot of workers did. Cannoli still has a worker lead, but he needs to pull workers off of his main and natural since they are indeed depleted. Coming around the other side, it looks like Godwit wants to try to attack in from another angle. This Ovaleth continuing to scout what's going on at inner 6, and we have a couple more units being made. Ultra Core made on the front line, so to speak, in the air gap. I'm a little bit surprised right about now that Cannoli is still moving on the offensive, but it can work. Sometimes, like, ZBZ can be a very aggressive matchup, right? If he shuts down this 6 o'clock before it can really do anything, if he tries to pressure inner 6 once again while it's still active, yeah, it looks like he's going to go inner 6 instead of proper 6. This will force a counterattack. Does this mean more for Cannoli than it does for Godwit? I actually think that Godwit goes back to a disadvantaged spot pretty soon. Iral Iris is nearly complete for Cannoli. He's teching up to tier 2 finally. But is he going to have the money to actually do anything about this? We might just be in base trade situations. We can see a lot of Kagrants being assembled here. Looks a little bit dangerous right now. It doesn't look like they're going to have enough time to turn it mostly into circuits, but I could be wrong about that. Let's see. Cannoli getting right on top of them, spreading out, doing what he can. He's making his upgraded defenses, and the ground army is coming back for Godwheat. He is going to try to defend himself, but I don't know if it's going to quite be enough. Honestly, he could wipe the whole army here, but that would cost him some units. And look at this. Cannoli's going to ignore it. There's almost no mining happening for Godwheat right now, by the way. One of the wildest endgame states I've seen in a hot minute. Reinforcements coming in across the map as well for Cannoli. He might just decide to try to pinch the attack army. You know, just see what he can do. He's catching some of the Bactylisks on their way back. This is a huge catch, because Iziricors and Hydras are not normally very effective against that. The one Ultra Core has dealt so much damage and taken almost as much that it just refuses to die. All the production gone here for Godwheat, sans his just couple of hatches. He's only got like 3 of them. These Bactyls eventually clean house, but yeah, I think Cannoli is sitting pretty here. He's making his Mutats fire. I think he's just going to make some Protathalors and call it a day. They have a lot better armor, like anti-armor performance. They have a single target attack that deals a good amount of damage. He can sit pretty behind his Scorchriths, especially that they're enhanced by the Khazitrith. Godwheat loses almost all of his workers here. Remorphing 1 Larvosk, 2 Larvosk, 3. Okay, that's it. And 7 Droleth on the way. He has almost no combat units left. He's got his hero Ultra Core somewhere, and that's about it. Yeah, this guy right here. The man of the hour. Almost 2k damage taken. 2.5k damage dealt. Rilla Rokor's guarding. Inner 12, confirming no other base has been taken there. I mean, it does feel like Godwheat would need a lot to bust through this, and Iziricors are being made. Protathalors just got started. He might have a small timing if he can get through all of these Scorchriths, but I really don't think he can. So he's got Bactylisks with a 7 range. The range on the Scorchrith is 8. You cannot attack this with Bactylisks for free. So you can't outrange it. And the Protathalors are done. They have 10 range. Yeah, this is looking pretty dire. Some Tetzors coming up for the tankiness. Godwheat just wants to try to macro up from this situation. He'll make another Ultra Core, confirming nothing at the upper 9. I guess you could call that one. The mineral only. Love the choice of mineral field type 1 the whole way through. Is that also true over here? Yeah, it is. Okay. Ay. Cannoli can definitely... he's getting to the point where he can just walk across the map. I feel like, honestly, with his defensive implementation, he doesn't actually need any units here. Like, what are you going to do with the ground army that Godwheat has? Oh! Big raid from Zeke. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome to Cosmonarchy. We're watching some Zerg versus Zerg between Cannoli and Godwheat, and this is a wild late-game scenario. Godwheat lost so many of his natural was broken twice. He's starting to mine from 6 o'clock again, which does give him the economic edge. And Cannoli lost both of his outer lying bases, and he's actually ferrying workers over to the top right, which is an island. So that's interesting already. The fact that we're still going is very interesting, but I don't want to burst anybody's bubble, especially if you're just joining, because you're like, oh, an exciting late-game scenario, you say. Yes, I do. But the Spire is done. Tier 2 is done. This is all for our orange Zerg, our pumpkin Zerg Cannoli. And Godwheat down here, our green Zerg is... Well, he's got Ultra Cores, and they're pretty good. The Ultralisk equivalent. Lifesteal, good armor and health. They can consume corpses to attack faster and move faster. They're really good units. But you got like a sniper type unit here, the Protathalor. It's gonna deal with it. There's enough frontline as well with some of these Chad-looking units wandering around. Cannoli has decided to opt into the biped composition, and you know, Godwheat's over here like, well, I've got some Hydras and I've got some Ultras. I'm still Zerg, right? Well, welcome to the new peak performance. You may not like how it looks. Tathalar's already ranging down these units with a vengeance. And the Tetzors with the splash damage as well. That is going to be brutal for the worker line. Oh, for a second there was easy access to the Protathalors. They don't move as fast as some of the other units, but you can see the focus fire has to come in. Wait, hold on. Has Godwheat made enough Ultra Cores? That's the question. Because after a certain point, you need something a little bit better than what you're getting out of Cannoli's front line in order to win. Now, remember, he's back to mining over here. He did kill a couple of workers, but didn't really do much damage. All that superficial at the 6 o'clock base. The inner bases have been absolutely shattered this game so many times. Inner 12 and inner 6 both going down. plenty of times. Now we've got Sicrilisks coming. They have been modified recently. Do a nice little line trace damage. Is that going to be enough to deal with this? I guess they'll clear all the brood spawn, the little broodlings that come out of the Zoryus when they take damage. That's something that you can clear with those, but... Ooh, Godwheat's made enough money to make tier 2. Man, is he going to try to go for another base? That's what I want to know. No idea that the island has been taken. A lot of Bactylisks on the way. You morph them from Hydras. Lurkers come from the larva instead in Cosmonarchy. You know, it's been a lot of time before or since StarCraft 1, so the Zerg evolved differently, you know what I mean? They've even got some dinos. Yeah, we'll upgrade the graphics later, don't worry. That's a process. I would actually say that Godwheat has a much better army right now. The Sicrilisks really can't do much in this position because they can't even get close to the front line. Now, you can make a lot of them. They make 2 per egg. So you can spam them out quite a bit. But I really don't think that they're going to help out too much. Now, this is where the army is out of sync for Godwheat, and the Protathalors can focus down Ultra Cores. They're overkilling Hydras right now, which is not really what they want to do. But you can see the shellacking is absolutely unreal. And those Ultra Cores are not going to be long for this world. That's when the Sicrilisks can start to help out a little bit more. They are so fast, so they can come in and do a lot of splash damage, but I think it might just be a little bit too much right now. More of them swooping on in. Remember, they're fast boys, trying to charge forward to deal that splash damage onto the Hydras, but the Protathalors are starting to melt. They've served their purpose, but there's nothing else to deal with all the Bactylisks. And hold on, we've got more Ultra Cores coming in. GG! After 26 minutes, Godwheat wins the ZVZ. Didn't even need his tier 2. And there you have it. I was counting him out like 3 times in that game, but he still came back. What a guy. What a match. All right. We got some good games there for sure, ZVZs. I'm going to quickly swap versions of my game so I can cast another one. I wanted to cast a game between Ultra, Terran Pro, and Kasuga, one of our Taiwanese homegrown talents. I agree, Alexander. Godwheat came back from having his bases schwacked, as you say. Yeah, that was kind of outrageous how many times he lost his natural. Both players ended up trading down their inner bases as well. Pretty cool stuff. Pretty cool stuff. We have some games between Newt and the Shambler to cast after this, but we do have one replay between Ultra and Kasuga that I definitely want to get to. So let's get ready for that one. Just got to swap out some names here. Yeah, Kasuga saying remove toss still gets to me, Alexander. I don't know the context. I will never know the context. I'm sure you were happy about that, though. I know you were. Some people just hate Protoss. That's why Dog plays them. He can show how they're busted, that they're overpowered, and then that's when I get them to check things out a little bit differently. I'll nerf them then. All right, under the ID I Love Uv, Ultra is playing in the bottom left. I don't know what color this is. It's some kind of brown, I think. I'll say dark olive, but it was dark bronze. There you go. And Kasuga in the top right, he is our black Protoss. Stockade on the way for Ultra. We'll see what he wants to do with that. This is a more recent update to the game, so I believe, let's see, this is after the Cyprian buffs, so pretty recent. Kasuga playing on Watchpoint here, a map port of Matchpoint from StarCraft 1. It has been Cosmonarchy-ified. This is also before I made some adjustments. Our resource wandering is very different than StarCraft 1, so this mineral field kept getting like automatically acquired by harvesters here. I changed this out for an add-on you can blow up if you want to get rid of it. It doesn't cause too many pathing troubles, thankfully. So that is an improvement. So it'll be 2 Stockade versus 2 Gate. The fact that Ultra's going Bio versus Protoss is very interesting to me. I know he likes Bio, but very cool. Very cool stuff. If you're just joining us, Cosmonarchy is very different than StarCraft 1, but it's also very similar, I guess you could say. A lot of the pros that play end up being top players in no time, and that's not a slight against our homegrown talent that play Cosmonarchy exclusively or as their main competitive RTS game. But one of the things that I do think is neat is that there's so many translatable skills. That being said, there are a lot of things you got to learn differently. For example, You actually don't even need to make a stockade, a barracks equivalent, in StarCraft or in Cosmonarchy in order to make a factory equivalent, the Fulcrum. You can just start with the Fulcrum. You can open mech if you want. You don't need the bio. So Ultra's making the deliberate decision. It's not because he's out of practice or whatever. He doesn't know this. He does know this. He's actually practiced a lot more than I thought he would, which is very cool. He's got a show match coming up this weekend. This Friday, actually. Wait, that's tomorrow. He's got a show match tomorrow. There you go. Versus Bonneth and Hawk, who will be also making their debuts in a show match. But yeah, it's cool to see him try the bio strat. He's actually making an anchor, which is our bunker equivalent. It can fly. It can lift off. Very cool. Very cool. And then another thing that I think is worth pointing out here is that like worker saturation is different. You take the mineral field count, multiply it by 2. That's how many workers you want mining in the early game. Up until that point, you actually don't have any diminishing returns from harvesting. So that is a pretty important detail. So you can see here that Ultra has like 13 workers once he gets a 14th on there. If he adds another worker after that, it will be a little bit less efficient. And that's when you can start transferring. But that generally means you transfer later into the game. You don't have to transfer as soon as you make your expansion. Unless you're expanding pretty late, in which case, obviously, you still want to be making workers if you can. Kasuga's going to go ahead and move out. But he's going to run up into 2 Cyprians and an Anchor. These units from Bio are very potent. They also just got buffed on this update when they were being played. Do a little bit more damage, train a little bit faster. Kasuga's going to try to just run by it looks like. I think he right-clicked up here trying to just get up here in general, but wow, look at all the damage he ended up taking. Not good. Definitely a lot of HP there. Protoss have flash shielding, so their shields regenerate very quickly as soon as they stop taking damage, and then it kind of cools off, so you'll see it regenerate a little bit slower over time. But it's a pretty neat tactic so that you can do hit and runs, you can dive in, do some damage, dive back out when the shields start falling, and get back into the action very quickly. So very different style of thing, but you know, it's a part of their power budget for all their units, and especially in the early game. Ooh. Yeah, not great control here for Kasuga. I'm guessing that the ping between South America and Taiwan is probably pretty high, so they might end up having, like, you know, instead of low latency, it might be a higher latency setting. So we'll see. We'll see. But he is going for a Cantavis, and he's going for the Envoy. So this is a storm drop in more layman's terms. We will definitely see Kasuga trying that quite a few times. He does enjoy it in all matchups. I think it's probably better versus Zerg. Terran obviously has higher HP on their workers, but Storm Drop is pretty good. It's kind of underexplored. I think Kasuga's the only one doing it. I love that he's managing the bio by doing these little moves. And I do notice that Ultra has a hard time keeping his stims up and operational. Stim works differently, where you got to stim, and then a bit late after you stim, that's when it kicks in as a buff. And then you want to pre-stim before you run out so that you can keep it the buff full uptime. So he's going to give chase here, but you see that little flash indicates that he's actually out of stim, and he could have stimmed again. But still, he'll pick one Dracodon. Honestly, that's a little bit more than I thought. I used to have this bit where I would say, well, if somebody beats a Dracodon with Mavericks, if their bio kills a Dragoon equivalent for Cosmonarchy, start donating, dude. That doesn't happen every often. But then people started just farming Protoss with bio for a little bit there, and I realized, oh, wait. People don't have enough money to donate that often. I will say one thing about what Ultra is doing right now is he is adding a lot of Talos. He's adding these flying workers that are much more efficient, and he's expanded a lot faster than his opponent. But we just come on down here in time to catch the... Ooh, 6 kills early. No response here from Ultra. He's actually not reacted to this at all. I wonder what he was thinking there. I wonder why he decided not to do anything about that. That seems uncharacteristic. But the Watchdog was done. Looks like he'll just reset it with Talos. The flying workers take a lot longer to train than basic workers, so this scales up a lot longer. Flying workers also cost Vespine, so it is going to impact the economy a little bit. A little bit more than you might expect, and it takes a little bit longer to really get going. Another storm drop, this time on the... Oh, look at that. That was really good from Ultra, actually. Forces the Envoy away. Almost. If he had focused down the Envoy instead of the Cantavis there, I think he actually would have killed the Envoy. As it stands, it does escape with the Cantavis. You can barely see it down there in the bottom left. Witness spying things. Okay, Covenant is done, and he's making Savants. This is a new bio unit similar to the Cyprian. Another storm drop. Kasuga's gotten a lot of mileage out of this dude. 15 kills. Where are the Mavericks at? Definitely getting good harassment. He'll put down a Watchdog. Still, I mean, look, the worker difference is only 2. That's because he's made the double treasury and he just keeps making Talos. So, still working out pretty well. I think now is the time when the workers will actually be pulled. I know I said earlier that the Terran workers have more HP, but not that much more HP. You can't just let them sit under storm. Unitary Union nearly complete here for Kasuga. We haven't really talked about what the Protoss is doing after the drops, but he's added a Grand Library for the Cantavis, of course, and he'll also go ahead and get a couple of other units. I think the Herald, which is what he's making right now, is really important for engages. Anytime a unit around a Herald dies, an allied unit to the Protoss, their corpse is turned into this, like, quick speed boost for all of their allies. So the Herald basically will say, like, oh, this Amaranth here that died, or this Dracodon that died, now all of my units around that corpse will start moving faster, as long as the Herald is within vision range of the corpse. So it's very powerful, and it does allow you to take engagements as you approach a Terran entrenched position, for example. Ultra moving up to the top left to add a treasury there. Witness spying on things. How often Kasuga looks at the enemy bases, I'm not really sure, but definitely something that's a little bit cheeky. And he's going to go ahead and expand at the 9 o'clock position. Maybe we should go ahead and shift tab our minimap colors here, just so that we can see things a little bit better. Although, you'll have to bear with me. These yellow things in the middle of the map are, in fact, not ultras. So that's a little bit easier for people to probably see on the minimap there. Triple Eidolon now coming out of Mr. Ultra. The Eidolon is surprisingly a meta unit. People probably don't believe me. It is, of course, the Ghost, but renamed. And obviously it has a different role. So Eidolons are permanently cloaked, and when you get close to them, they will decloak. So within 3 range. And that includes with like a cloaked unit of your own. Like this Witness could walk up to these Eidolons and force them to decloak. So obviously that means you want to keep them away from the enemy as long as possible. Infiltrating for nuking is a little bit harder, but you still can do it, of course. And look at this. Moving up to the top left, we've got 4 Dracodons from Kasuga. They are going to pop in here and deny this mining base. We'll see what Ultra wants to do. Is he's just sort of in response, he's setting up 6 o'clock and evacuating the Taluses. I think the treasury will go down. It's not nearly as durable as the Ministry, our command center equivalent. But actually, Kasuga's not interested in chasing it, so it looks like it'll be just fine. He can just land it at the 9 o'clock position. 3 o'clock now coming up for Kasuga for the 3rd base. One thing that Ultra has done really well is continuously expand and get his economy rolling, or trying to respond to losing 15 plus workers to harassment and stuff. He's actually taking the worker lead again. And part of that is because Kasuga doesn't expand as often as maybe he ought to. But also I think a big part of that is just because Kasuga's deliberately making a lot of military units in the early game. And we're now in the mid game. I think around 10 minutes is when the mid game usually begins. Now, will Ultra notice that the Witness is here? That's what I want to know. For detection, you can't use the missile turret anymore, but you can use Shamans if you deploy them. That's a unit that this add-on here enables. And you can also go for a couple of static defense options that detect, and a couple of, like an air unit that essentially is this defensive utility unit. And he's going to want to have decloaking options because there are vibrances on the way, and these bad boys are permanently cloaked until they attack. It's not like the combat. It's a combat cloak instead of anything else. Now, he sees the shimmer very obviously, and he's going to try to see if he can block it. But what does he want to do with that, right? Like, he probably hasn't seen this unit before. It's a fairly new addition to the game. Oh, he's trying to create the wall. I think he's done it. I don't think Kasuga can move forward, and then he has to attack to reveal himself, and that was a huge mistake, because those are tanky units, but clearly not able to go up against that. So, hats off to him. Another little move here that you can do is if you know that the Witness is here based on the shimmer, you can actually move your Savants over here, attack your treasury, and the line trace damage will kill the Witness, or at least damage it. So that's a neat little trick you can do if you don't feel like investing in detection. He is making the star pad now, so that will give him the Ant Seal, which provides good detection options there. Double Grand Library, Double Stargate, Ardent Authority. Okay, all right. Well, it does feel like right about now we are getting into territory where it's very, it's a slow game. It's a podcast game where I can tell you guys all about Cause Monarchy and how epic it is. It does feel to me like Ultra is doing his best to, oh, look at that. Blowing up the Terran stuff in the middle of the map makes a lot of sense here for Kasuga. He wants his big army to be able to move around easily. But it does feel to me right now that, like, the tech options that we have Kasuga doing, where he's got his Stargates and he's got his Ardent Authorities, he's clearly investing a lot into a sort of mid-game army. I want to see how that does, because one of the goals that we did with the recent balance update was making it so that Protoss felt like they didn't have to rush to end-game tech. in order to compete with what the other races have. I don't know. I mean, this army does look pretty scary here for our Terran player. He's got a lot of savants. If he knows to deploy them, they can obviously range down a lot of units. So it's in the same way that like siege tanks deploy, a bunch of other Terran units have deployments, including the savant, which is a bio unit, which is kind of nifty, right? They're carrying around this big ass weapon that they deploy onto the ground.
Is that a fucking crow? Ah!
That is a fucking crow. Thank you for the follow, Kazansky. I remember Tom Kazansky. I know it's spelled differently, but still. Oh, he does know to deploy them. So they will stack up an attack speed buff over time and steal that attack speed from enemy units. Well, no more detection for this battle as the Anseal's been sniped away. And I don't really like the formation of units per se here from Ultra. There's a big concave here for the Protoss. He is ranging them down, but that Savant turned into an autogun for a second. It did get focused down. Kasuga doing well to do that. Behind this attack, we also have a little bit of a... Oh, the Vibrants got in! The Vibrants infiltrated and killed 6 workers. Honestly, I expected it to be a little bit more than that, but it looks like it was a drop, funnily enough, so one of the 2 is dead. Still trying to chase down the army with the bio. Oh, he's got a Clarion for detection. Now, you should focus this down as Ultra, but he's probably never seen the unit before, so he's just like, yeah, whatever that thing is, that's not important. It's creating a shield little link between all the units that have that overlay, which means that shield damage is spread across all of them. But look at the remax from Mr. Ultra. He's made a lot of units, and he still has a slight, not quite a worker lead, but he's still doing his best here, and his flying workers aren't even taking damage from the Vibrants, which is amazing. Pushes back the army and defends versus the attack. I think the harassment there not quite doing enough. Remember, his growth is still looking good. I love the LAN effects. I love these. These are Corsair equivalents. These guys, obviously they've seen our new model and stuff. They are going to erase the Talos as they deal splash damage, of course, just like StarCraft 1. Their ability, Disruption Field, works a little bit different than Disruption Web. But look at this. At the same time, we've got Kasuga stabbing into 9 o'clock. He's resetting the worker count entirely here. There was no defense in place. Kasuga just wandering in and annihilating so much of what Ultra had. He does not have treasuries ready to lift off and move up to these locations either, so I guess he can migrate the Taluses he evacuated from 9 o'clock to restock the ones that just got erased by all of the LAN effects here at 6 o'clock, but that is still a lot. And look, a scribe has found treasury in the bottom right. Everything coming up Kasuga right about now. He's got the worker lead. Army kind of getting hemorrhaged here by Ultra. He's got to respond to that by pulling his Eidolons back. The Harakans are expendable, as much as I love Ahmed. And wild stuff here right about now, as Ultra is still trying to... he's still trying to learn what's going on, still trying to make sure he's in a good spot. We've got a lot of Protoss tech here that he probably doesn't know that much about. Keep an eye on the Heralds. When they go down, that's going to be a big swing in terms of utility. And look at all of them collapsing at the same time. The Savants doing their best to drain the attack speed of the Gladiuses, and that's really, really good focus fire. But Ultra now trying to deal with that ground army. That does leave the Gladiuses another room to come on in, and the Eidolons have to get out of dodge before they get revealed just by getting close to them. So the Gladiuses chain infinite bounces together as long as they're within range of the victims. And that was one of the things that I thought maybe Ultra knew something about, because he was doing a great job focusing them down initially. But for whatever reason, it didn't end up holding. And now we've got a bunch of Harakans that need to buy time so that the Eidolons can focus down the key targets. We've got a Vibrance restoring shields in the background every time it hits something, so that's a little bit of sustain there. And now we've got a triple Trojan Doom drop earmarked for the natural where all of the Harvesters are here. He actually peels one off and goes after the one in the main base. We'll see how successful that one is, as it does look like the army has been routed in the middle of the map. Kasuga has forced himself away from that, just for a time being. Wipes out every worker in the main base. Oversaturated anyway, considering these are mostly depleted minerals. Take a lot longer to harvest from, so you don't want as many workers there. But he might be able to just tear things down as well. And certainly is making it tricky here for Kasuga, who just lost another witness on the front gates. He's got a couple more in the extremists on the map. Only now is 9 o'clock or 6 o'clock being reestablished. 9 o'clock was remade, but the workers are not on there. Economics, I think, honestly, both of our players are in a bit of a rough spot. Oh, look at this. He's making wardens. He's like, I don't have the time to send units down there. I'll just make structures. Amazing. Heralds going down will increase the attack speed temporarily, but even with these Exemplars doing splash damage, this army looks too small for Kasuga to actually break through. Maybe he'll change my mind. The Savants are not in the fight. But even still, the Eidolon count has gotten so damn high, and he still has detection for the Vibrance. It goes down without taking a single shot. Hard to tell what the players exactly are focusing on when they start targeting things, but damn, am I proud of Ultra for figuring out what the key details are, what the key units are. Got more Exemplars coming for trying to do some more crowd control. And I think Kasuga could have played this a lot of different ways, but it does feel like he's lost his advantage, even though he's got the worker lead. Lanifat can't quite heckle the Taluses any longer. Needs reinforcements if he wants to try to deal with that. You can activate the disruption field, and it attaches to the land effect and shuts down ground units from attacking. So you can just walk over here and disable this, and probably put one over here and disable both of those two watchdogs. So that would be an option if he had 2 more land effects, but he's not remaking them. Static defense being added to the 3 o'clock position, and he's taking bottom right. A lot of Mavericks. I haven't really seen Ultra go for stims, though. He kind of needs to get in the habit of, like, control left-clicking the Mavericks and then issuing the stim command, right? That's something that he definitely needs to do, in my opinion. Otherwise, they are not going to be nearly as cost-efficient. And right about now, oh, good there to deal with that land effect before it disabled all of his army. Otherwise, everything else would have gone tits up for him real quick, I feel like. The Unar goes down. That's a sniper unit. Not really great versus this composition, but still a lot of resources. So even though I'm sitting here like that doesn't make a difference to the fight, it's still a lot of money Kasuga put into something that isn't really that helpful. Ironically, if he had a lot of architects, he could just kind of run the table over him that way. As of right now, the Eidolons are going to snipe out the Sedent. He's got a Cantavis ready for a Storm. Oh, that one was off to a bad rally. I'm not sure where the other ones are. He's got 2 more back here. Ends up taking care of all the Savants, which is very good. But the Eidolon count is still pretty high, and we don't really have any detection here. All the witnesses on the other side of the map instead of helping out. Though, the storms were good. One of them got sniped really early, though. Yeah, he's not going to have much firepower behind this. I think that is a wrap for the army. What does he still have? He's got 7 military units. Not that they're very helpful. Not mining at 9 o'clock, or bottom right, rather. Exemplars coming in to try to clear out the Eidolons. But I think there's enough Eidolons that you can't really do that, and there's no witness here either. He's making a new one. A couple of frontline units, which definitely would help out. And I think the static defense there at 3 is okay. Looks like Ultra has rediscovered his Trojans, and he's going to go for another drop. This is looking like a real brawly game between these two players, I'll tell you that much. Welcome, Vilius. Thank you for tuning in over on Twitch. Having a good time right about now, watching Ultra, Terran Pro from Starcraft 1, try to get to grips with the game by fighting Kasuga, who is just a very strange player sometimes, and so a bit hard for him to figure things out. Can I get a remove toss in the chat? Is that allowed? Is that something people want? All right. He actually unloads right on top of the tech. You can't steal attack speed from the structures because, you know, that's just the way it is. But this does do a little bit more DPS, I think. Actually, not entirely sure about that. Oh, I guess they lose armor pen, so maybe not. Oh, look at that. Now he's going to be in position. Unfortunately, this is not the best draw. If he was after workers, honestly, the Savants would be pretty good, but now he's going to move over to 3 o'clock and wipe it out. He has the Hurricanes to deal with it. The one engram doing some splash damage, but it only gets like 4 shots off, so that's easy enough. And then he unloads again to heckle the base while the army tries to respond. Exemplars targeting there. I think this is too much for anything. Even if Kasuga had his army in one spot, I don't think he could beat this army that Ultra has gotten. 5 Exemplars try to change my mind on that subject, but they still can't see the Eidolons. They still can't see them. And now we can't see the Exemplars because they are devastated. These Savants even killed the 2 that were earmarked for them anti-harassment campaign. Or no, I guess they didn't. But yeah, that's a dead base at 3. He's depleting his base in the natural. Talus is reestablished at 6 o'clock and 9 o'clock, and top left is slowly being saturated as well. Ultra in control right now. There is an engram here again, and it's in the back, so it's a little bit harder to deal with, it looks like. That might have been a Cantavis. Or no, I guess it was probably an Amaranth, actually. Yeah, no dice on the melee units. They end up getting annihilated by the firing squad of Eidolons. Oh, the engrams are doing some work, though. The Bulwark providing detection. That's probably not something that Ultra is aware of. And so I think he might pop the engram if he gives it one more good shot. Oh, that's so sad. One single Eidolon shot would have finished it off, but his nerve broke. Talus moving to 12 o'clock. I can't believe what I'm seeing. Yeah, right about now, I would say that Ultra is still very much in command of the game. Kasuga has thwarted the initial push, but he's been making units off of control groups, presumably, this whole time. So he's... I love the queue full of Mavericks. That's such an outrageous amount of money, and he still has 4K minerals. So it's not even like I can yell at him for that. Talos build structures, too. You may have seen them... they're repairing very nicely over here, but you may have seen them constructing stuff like these treasuries and stuff. They build more than that. They can build any structure that Terran can build. So I think that's pretty neat. All right, bottom right looks like it's going to be the next target. Posturing over here. He's cleared one of the witnesses. There is another one here that can give vision for Kasuga. He really doesn't want him to attack 3, and that's exactly where Ultra is going. So good recognition there. He'll focus down the engram. The other one probably will finish before the army gets close enough, and the Savants go ahead and deploy, but that means that they're vulnerable to storms. They got to pack up their gun if they want to stay alive now, and it looks like they will not. The storm's softening up the Harakans as well, but they still dive forward, and the Eidolons are ranging down some of these Exemplars. There's no splash damage here for Ultra. He's got to take care of all of these air units one by one, and he is doing so like Goliaths versus Carriers. The Eidolon's even going to be able to take out the Stormers before they finish their job. And now there's just the engram. Witness here to provide vision of those Eidolons, which is very good, of course, but not really much firepower to actually deal with them. And the Savants go ahead and deploy. They're going to target those Exemplars and the engram, of course. We've got more units coming on in that could have definitely helped out in the fight, particularly those extra Exemplars. The Witness is still somewhere. Yeah, it's right there. So we might actually still see Kasuga stay alive here. You can see how squishy these Eidolons can end up being, and they are expensive, so... He'll pop one more Exemplar on his way out, and that'll be it. What's his army looking like? Still, obviously, a lot of Mavericks. I think he's just going to go ahead and aim for the drop. He's been making Anseals this whole time. One thing that I'm not seeing him do is cap his ridges. If we look at the base here for Kasuga, he lost his Aquifer earlier, which is the Assimilator equivalent, but you can make a mini one on the ridge, which is the mini geyser that we see in these bases that are had over here. So you can cap this and turn it into a geyser in terms of amount of resources that you get. And that's something that Ultra is not doing right now. So his Vespine income is super low, despite all the bases he has. His mineral income is outrageous. That's just kind of a cute thing there. You can see the Anseal shielding from some of the damage, but Ultra doesn't want to keep diving in. Wants to find an easier target. His Bio Army kind of on autopilot here, annihilating the pitiful forces that Kasuga has. And now his Stargates are under duress. There's the stim. Beautiful. Just needs to get active and pop these units before too much else happens. Before the production finishes. Yeah, he's going to pop them right before the Exemplars pop. I think, actually, if the Exemplars were rallied up here, they could have killed a lot of the Mavericks over time, because they are pretty tanky. Hard for Mavericks to deal with their weapon range, but good timing there. The Crucible will go down. That's actually not going to depower anything, I don't think, but it will stop the attack, the training speed multiplier from kicking in. And actually, it will be saved at the last second by Kasuga's army, but this means Ultra has room to go in and stamp out the natural. Maybe go down towards 3 o'clock, where it's, again, vulnerable. The Nexus is very, very wounded, so he's going to pop this one. Interesting to see Bio versus Protoss, I'll tell you that much. And this game was not like any of the other games I've casted TVP. It looks like right about now, Kasuga's last stand is happening before our very eyes. He will not crush the Bio army in this position. You can say what you want about how clumped up the Eidolons are, but his units are too wounded. And right about now, Ultra can turn up the heat, turn up the pressure. He's sending another round of units, and this is unlikely to go anywhere but the 3 o'clock base. Shut that down, and then maybe try to attack in to the bottom right. It's a cramped map. Hard to move big armies around. That's what we're seeing right about now. Ancestral, Synthetic. So tier 4 units are on the way for Kasuga, but it's going to be so long before he can actually spend money on them. They are expensive. And he has almost no mining going on. If he loses this base, I'm going to call it. And as of right now, I'm definitely leaning towards Ultra. Good storms. He will actually break out of this little bio-containment. The Pariah helping out a ton. Just soaking up so much damage. Well, he can pop this Nexus to deny mining efficiency, and then maybe he can try to go out towards bottom right. Unfortunately, though, the engrams have annihilated just about everything here, so I guess he won't be doing that. You can tell that the efficiency is not quite here. You know, like I talked about Ultra's float. He's got a ridiculous float for minerals. But also, let's be real. We are talking about a guy who's got every base on the map just about. And he's still struggling quite a bit to close out versus a pitiful amount of units comparatively. It's 100 units to 20. And I guarantee you Kasuga can make this look a lot closer than you think based on that kind of statistic. Obviously not all 100 units are actually here for Ultra right now, but he is just having way more cost efficiency, and that pariah refuses to die. It doesn't even have any sustain. It's just staying alive. Pure force of will. All right, the Mind Tyrant up Tecton has arrived. Kasuga can try to tyrannize as many of the units, mind control as many of the units as possible. He's actually retaking his natural. I would definitely prioritize this one a bit more, and he has very limited resources. So these are his own. This is his only tier 4 unit, guys. This is it. The one up Tecton. He's got another one about to finish. He hasn't even cast the ability on it, and I don't know if he'll have the opportunity to pretty soon. Yeah, this is a really good concave here for Ultra. He sees the Optecton. He knows how powerful that unit is. And there it goes. Cantavis hiding underneath the Exemplar. They do a lot of splash damage. Okay, now we've got the control going on. But does it matter? I think the answer is probably no. The Optecton is so low. Well, he's speeding away with the help of the Mind Tyrant buff, but he will not make it to salvation up the ramp. I guess analogs are also a tier 4 unit, but they're more of a chaff unit that you want to get a lot of as of right now. And another Mind Tyrant exists, but he's not actually casting the ability. He's not using it. He doesn't have the energy for it. He's regenerating energy right now. And I think there's just too many Eidolons. Oh my god, hold on, never mind. Poor Ultra, he just... He can't comprehend. What? Tier 1 doesn't beat Tier 4? What? It might still beat Tier 4. You can just combat drop, but... So when the Mind Tyrant has this Malefactor ability that's being activated by the Optecton here, the Optecton has the buff. It gets an overshield equivalent to the energy of the Mind Tyrant, and it also moves faster. And any unit that it damages, when it takes fatal damage, as long as it's within like 2 seconds of being attacked by the Malefactor, will start to turn the other way, turn over towards the be mind controlled essentially. Big drop into this bottom right base. This actually could wipe it out, although Harakans are not the most efficient DPSers. Now getting attacked by his own army and having it turn against him. Ultra needs to make a decision, and it looks like he's going to decide to charge up the ramp. There's another Malefactor Optecton here, though. He does need to turn away from this position. He's eliminated a lot of the workers here. Kasuga does not have enough money to replenish this in a due manner, but he's getting very efficient now. This is the problem of not teching up. Ultra has explored like 1/8 of the tech tree right about now. He has so many more tools at his disposal. He hasn't made a single fulcrum. He hasn't made the Atlas for tier 2 or any of the tier 2 structures. He has only made stockades. And I guess star pads, right? He's made 2 units out of the star pad, and he's made, I guess, he hasn't made any Vestry units, has he? No clerics, no shamans. So yeah, he's made 5 bio units, and that's it. 5 bio units, 2 star pad units. That's the equivalent of what he's made so far. And it is slowly dawning on him that his composition has a weakness. The combat drop is really good, actually. Really does start to rout the Optectons a little bit and allow the bio to move in almost melee range and eliminate the Optectons before they can snowball out of control. That was the last Mind Tyrant that was actually linked. So no more control. No more Mind Tyrant. Mind control going on at this point. And that will be a wrap on Kasuga's army. He has to call GG. He didn't have enough to replace that. What a game. But GG is called. And that, my friends, is Ultra defeating Kasuga. Anybody ever tells me Protoss OP, I'm going to show them that replay. That was just silly. glad that Ultra ends up finding success, but he's probably sitting there like, I have every base, why am I not winning? And, you know, like, it would be the equivalent of trying to beat somebody making carriers with, like, on 2 base with 10 base Terran making Marines or something like that. That maybe it's a little bit better than that, but it's not that far away from that. You know what I mean? It's like, doesn't really matter how many Marines you have mathematically. You can't beat carriers that are fully upgraded, you know what I mean, after a certain point. So yeah, the cost efficiency just not quite there for a clean victory. But I did like that he gave it a go anyway. So shout out to Ultra for giving it a game. Always nice. Doesn't yes, I did see that Mafios asked a question. If he's still here, I will read his question. Doesn't giving strong units to Zerg break the game? Always thought part of the balance of Zerg because of alarm mechanics was that they can't have actually strong units like BCs and such. I would say, oh, glad you're still here, man. I would say that the thing about Zerg is that even their good units are not as good as the good units of the other races. So that mechanic is preserved. It's just that we have a sliding scale of units that are good, right? And like it slides. It does slide further than StarCraft 1 for Zerg, but it doesn't slide as far as the other races slide. So for a quintessential example is actually the Ultra Core, the Ultralisk. We saw that in the ZVZs. And that unit is powerful. People fear it. It has an appointment to it. But even though you have the larva mechanics going on for Zerg, you can't make infinity Ultra Cores. You can't make a lot of them. And you can't even make a lot of them at once until you tier up. So it's gated in terms of how many you can make in the early game. That's very heavily gated. But when you tier up, you can actually make a lot more of them quicker because of how there's like a separate mechanic that's like built on top of the larva mechanic that we added, where advanced larva can morph directly into advanced strains, which would be like if you had special larva in StarCraft 1 that could make lurkers instead of straight from the larva instead of having to make the Hydralisk first, or like guardians and devourers instead of having to make a Mutalisk first. So a lot of their most powerful units are gated behind something like that, where their production requires more investment if you want to mass produce them, and even then they're expensive. So cost efficiency wise, not necessarily so great, but still very potent if you take the right engagement or if you use them as like part of a drop or something like that. It was hard to show that kind of thing in the games that we watched as ZVZ because it was ZVZ, so we didn't really get to see what the other races would do in response to that. But yeah, I haven't actually seen Zerg have a really outsized win rate. We did have one Zerg champion last year, and then we had a Terran champion. Oh, we had 2 Terran champions last year. Or this year, I guess, technically. Wait, well, no. Sorry. Last year was Acropolis 1 and Acropolis 2 and Tyrant's Tale. So we had 2 Terran champions and we had a Zerg champion. Since then, I think the best Zerg has ever done is get 3rd place in our tournaments. So, like, and these are players who are playing a lot. They're grinding a lot. So, generally speaking, I kind of think, even though there's parts of Zerg that feel very alien and foreign compared to the other races, it doesn't really seem like they're imba. Or maybe all of the Zerg players happen to also be worse than all of the other races players, enough to neutralize whatever imbalances in the game. That is a possibility. I know I was kind of laughing when I said that. That is a distinct possibility, but some of our Zerg players are pretty good grinders, and I actually thought a Zerg player would win Acropolis 3, but instead it ended up being a random player. That was the tournament this year that we ran. So, yeah. Villius says about Sovroleths, yeah. Sovroleths did get a little bit nerfed. Sovroleth is like a Zerg super weapon. So the Sovroleth works like, if it flies over a corpse, it turns that corpse into an egg that hatches into another Sovroleth. Then also, every time you have multiple Sovroleths in an area, for whatever that number is, say you have 50 or you have 10 or whatever, they're a flying unit. For however many you have in an area, their range increases, but their movement speed decreases. So eventually they turn into this swarming morass that just moves through the map, dealing individually insignificant damage, but collectively a terrifying amount of damage, and obviously having a lot of range. So that mechanic sounds absolutely imbalanced, and I'm even open to the idea that it is, but so far Sovroleths have had counters and have had people defeat them. So kind of like that's interesting. Yeah, literally 0 movement speed. Yeah, if you get too many of them, they can't move anywhere. So it's like, oh, great. I'll just deny you vision and then you can't attack me. Yeah, that's true. Even before the nerf. The nerf is more like, I guess in concert with a buff, because the buff was that you could make them earlier. But again, the big way to multiply them is gated behind a tier 3 thing. So it's kind of like the Ultra Core example. Anyway, we do have more games to cast here. We will be taking a look. Let me take a look here at what I've got. I did kind of want to cast some Newt versus Top Ramen. There's more TVZ. That might be interesting to do. But there's also Newt versus Shambler, which I think has some matchups of various kinds. Is it all TVT, I wonder? That's what I guess I should find out for you guys. Oh, Shambler is playing random, it looks like. So, that's interesting. Okay. Damn, he got Terran 3 games in a row, or maybe they just decided to play it. Okay. All right, there is one TVZ in here. Okay, sure. We'll do Newt versus the Shambler. Newt has been owning since he came back, so I'm very interested in seeing how this one works. Let's get the overlay ready for you guys. TVT and Cosmonarchy is pretty different than it is in other games, in other StarCrafts. I think in StarCraft 2 it's kind of whack, but everything feels whack to me in StarCraft 2. So yeah. It will be on a Shambler map. Yeah, Shambler made a bunch of maps, and so he was making sure to get his maps casted in that way. All right, I think we are just about ready. We'll set up the Twitch Gamba. If you're watching on Twitch, you can go ahead and gamble your Twitch points. Also, if you're watching on Twitch, I highly recommend giving me a follow. You can just know every time I'm streaming. I am also going to be streaming basically every weekday at 12:30 Eastern Time, which is 6:30 p.m. European time, Central European time. So check that out. And if you want to support the homies, I highly recommend donating via the Streamlabs link. It is an excellent idea. Who said that? Who sent that link? Whoever it was a cool guy. Kazansky says, I had no idea what was happening, but it looks really fun. I'm glad you think so. Yeah, downloading it is easy. Pretty free, pretty easy. But if anybody who's curious about how a new player would play, we do sometimes cast lower skill games, and those are from newer players or from anything of the sort. So I guess some people might be familiar with like Falcon Paladin, and sometimes he'll cast like his viewers or subs games. That's sort of like the vibe there. We're just like, hey, I know that guy, or hey, I want to see how that guy plays. So yeah, there you go. Looks like we have Newt in the top left. He is our Dark Bronze Terran, similar to how it was before. Here, I'll just reset the colors because I think these are more legible. And the Shambler is in the bottom right as our White Terran. The Shambler and Neblime are two of our more active players, and we have them. They have decided to fight each other in a best of 9 of best of 9s, and whoever wins the best of 9 of best of 9s gets a bet between the two of them. So the reason why I think that's very interesting is if Shambler is known as a bit of a BMer, and Neblime is known as a very honorable player. But if Neblime loses, he has to be BM in tournament games. And if Shambler loses, he can't be BM in tournament games. That's like for maybe one tournament or whatever it is. I don't really know what the context is. But there's going to be a lot of Shambler Neblime later on. Ooh, I love the little pickup partner sign. That's wonderful. One of our sponsors, Biddy Beat, runs a moving company. Very cool. Very cool. So the first vulture arrives for Newt. He sees the bio. He's not really going to be able to do much. Cliff advantage in Cosmonarchy gives you +1 weapon range when aiming down a cliff, instead of there being random chance to miss, because randomness is not really good for competitive. I don't know if anybody ever told you guys that, but it is true. Very close by base here. This is a map called Bulwark by the Shambler himself. So home map advantage, as somebody pointed out in chat. Vilius pointed out in chat. Cool stuff, cool stuff. All right, Covenant very early on here for Shambler. Not going for any treasury shenanigans, that's for sure. Triple Fulcrum is going to be the opener for Newt. He also is going for a very, like, unit-focused composition. You know what I mean? He's not going for an economic play. This is not how I normally see TVT played, so this is interesting. Honestly, I haven't been able to cast too many high-level TVTs, and I think Newt is going to be a higher-level player than Shambler, or maybe he already is. But Shambler has been known to hang with, like, punch above his weight class, so to speak, if you know. Like, people will criticize his mechanics or think that he's, like, not a very sound player or whatever, but somehow he always ends up finishing inside the playoffs of our tournaments. He never misses a throne room stage, which is our playoff stage. So very cool, very cool. And yes, Vilius, I did indeed reskin the channel points into minerals, so enjoy that. Got a couple of soundboard things you can do. A reason to bet. A reason to do predictions. So, a couple Eidolons are already out. Mavericks are stimming. Shambler's very familiar with how to stim Mavericks, by the way. That is something that he is very familiar with.
I am a hero!
See? Be like Vilius. He is a hero. Ahmed voice line unlocked. Shambler was the one who would build almost exclusively bio versus a lot of compositions. He's kind of hoping that Newt gets a little bit scrambled here, as he has, and tries to attack the treasury so that then he can come down off of his ramp. Oh, big stun, but Newt's nowhere to be found, so can't jump on those Eidolons. If you think about it, it's kind of bullying TVT with mines, because versus cloaked units from Protoss, the mines don't detect anymore. It's not like Starcraft 1 where they'll pop on cloaked targets. So you don't get them as a detection option. And mine's also stunned now. I keep forgetting how many people are probably watching and they've never seen Cosmonarchy before, or at least like this particular part of the game. But the lobotomy mines just stun. They don't do damage. But they stun for a good amount of time, and they slow targets afterwards. So it's really good for like ambushes and stuff. Very good defensive tool. And it can stun your own units. So just like in StarCraft 1, when you're dropping on top of them or doing whatever that way, yeah, you can be hoisted by your own petard and your mines can kill you. It happens all the time. I love it. It's my favorite mechanic. Not really my favorite mechanic, I guess, but it's I very much enjoy it. It's very fun. But the mines are the stun option, and they don't detect cloaked units. But because they are an enemy unit, the proximity cloak of the Eidolon decloaks when they walk up to it, and then they do stun the Eidolon. So it's just funny to me that, like, Protoss has another way to abuse Terrans mentally with their Dark Templar equivalent to Kabbalist. Or Vibrances or whatever. And Eidolons can't do it, you know? It's brilliant. It's beautiful. Now, Newt is going to try to force the issue and clear all the Mavericks. The Eidolon's already tucking tail because the Vultures are still alive. And they're going to try to pop those units in particular so that they don't just get run down. As you can see, they are very squishy. They should still be able to win this fight, but it is more expensive to build an Eidolon than it is to build a Cyclops, which is this like splash damage walker that you can make out of the Fulcrum. So that's pretty good. We've got Vestry add-on. We've got Starpad making Anseal. Now, Newt is already equipping himself with some of the tools that he needs to heal during the middle of these compositions. Anseal for detection versus the Eidolons. Worker count-wise, they're pretty much dead even, but Newt is a little oversaturated in his main base, so he's actually going to have a little bit less efficiency on his money. However, Shambler hasn't been able to reach a critical mass of Eidolons, or so we think. He has a good number of them already, 15 of them. So we'll see if he can make something happen with that, but the Cyclops overall, if they're able to see the Eidolons, it's going to be a really big advantage there. So I look forward to that. Palladium add-on for Newt. Phalanx can crush. Absolutely crush the position here, if you're not careful. It looks to me like we have a bit of a, not really a base trade situation, but this is going to probably force Shambler to pull the trigger on his attack because his army is much too immobile to move all the way back across the map. If it was just Mavericks, sure, you could stim them, but the Eidolons are the real moneymakers here. We have more Cyclops coming. The Palladium finished, but he's not making a Phalanx. He knows he doesn't necessarily have the time. Finally busts through the front door. Reinforcements have been stalking this entire time out of those stockades, but it does look like Shambler will be overwhelmed. Now, Cyclops can deal friendly splash damage to themselves. That's why the Clerics are here to try to heal them. And yes, you can heal mechanical units here. You don't need the... there's no tag, really. So they have a nano repair. So this one Cyclops is being healed by 4 Clerics to get maximally boosted in terms of its survivability. But Shambler is trading down everything inside Newt's main. This is looking pretty bad right about now. He might be able to evacuate. Did all of the Masons die? Yeah, it doesn't look like any of them got out. Now, you can say the same for Shambler, and they could both lift off their structures, but right now they are not doing so. This looks like a Shambler victory as the Mason drill onto the Cyclops has made them spread too much damage. GG! Shambler with the dirty tactics ends up taking him out. That is not what was on my bingo card. I thought Newt would just clean sweep him, but that is a funny one. That's like the equivalent of using SEVs in Starcraft 1 TVT to like pop open the tank splash damage or something onto vultures. That is really, really clever, I would say. You can also do that in Cosmonarchy, but that's not what we saw there. That's not what we saw there. Yeah. Anybody who didn't vote Shambler is going to be feeling a bit foolish after that one. Don't worry. We've got more games. You can make back your minerals. You can make your soundboard things work. Don't worry. Don't worry. It's all fine. It's all safe. We're going back to the same map for all of these games, by the way, so we get another TVT on our hands, with Shambler leading 1-0 in the set. Newt is in the top left as our dark green Terran, and the Shambler is in the bottom right as our Celadon. No, Emerald Terran. Okay. Fair enough. You're healing the pilot, of course. Yeah, I like the cut of your jib, Mafias. As a reminder, guys, tomorrow we will have a show match between Bonneth Hawk and Mr. Ultra. We saw a replay from Ultra just earlier. It's kind of early on in the day, so I don't know how often they're going to be able to do, like... the Gamba's up, by the way, for this game. I don't know how often we are going to see, like, Hawk and Bonneth end up practicing. They don't have that much more time. I don't know if they've been doing secret practice that I'm not aware of. Oh, yes. He could have just floated a structure onto him, and the Cyclops would have killed themselves. But he panicked. Okay. Shambler's a funny guy. Shambler's a funny guy. Stockade about halfway complete here, but Newt's still rocking the Fulcrum and TVT. Doesn't really want to opt for Bio. Bio Wars in TVT would be kind of entertaining, though. Come on now. Shambler will scout the mech. You see Newt is not really too interested in scouting. He kind of expects Bio all the time. These colors are also pretty similar, so I'm going to go ahead and swap them on the minimap. I can see a difference just fine, but not everybody can. And I also think about like stream color compression and stuff. It's always going to look a little bit different. But as I take the sip of water, I will remind you guys that if you want to support the stream, support streams like this, feel free to pop into streamlabs.com/pronago. Check out the option there to donate. It is much appreciated. Trying to earn $50 a day on these streams, but any bit helps. Any bit gets us closer. Newt sending his first vulture across the map, and I'm sending water into my mouth. All right. That was refreshing. I have this problem where I'll have water right next to me and I just won't drink it for a long time. What time is the show match? 12 o'clock. 12 o'clock noon Eastern time. Why am I mad at SC2? Because of the emote name? I don't know. I just decided to name it something kind of throwaway. I should probably change it into something funnier. Like, me when Shambler wins a game. This is a Shambler map, Biddy B. Welcome, by the way. This is Bulwark. It feels a bit cramped around the natural, but I don't... I need to see longer games on it to derive a full opinion, but... It's got, like, an interesting concept for the middle of the map. Like, pathway-wise, that's kind of neat. Might be good. It's back to Vultures versus Mavericks in the early game, but the Covenant is coming up. The Sieve capping the Ridge here. Coming up, giving him an extra bit of Vespene income, which is very, very needed. I spy with my little eye. Trojan leaving the base for Newt. He is going to certainly be interested in dropping the Vultures in. I guess he probably wants to deliberately abandon the ramp and then maybe make it feel like Shambler he can like leave his own base. Because if he drops in here and there's a lot of vision range here. Main is not very large, right? So there's not really much room that he can use for this drop, I feel like. This is potentially going to backfire grossly. What's the reaction time here from Shambler? That's the question. Well, 4 Vultures just going to go. That's it. That's enough to one-shot. Oh, boy. And just as Shambler starts to lose Masons...
2 PM typists engage in a brutal war. Who will rage first? Who will rage last? Who will blame Zerg for their failure? Find out this episode.
I love it. It's true. Who will rage first? Who will blame Zerg? Thank you for the donation, sir. I do very much appreciate it. Carrying the stream right about now, I tell you. I tell you what. That's also 3 threes. That's 9. So mines don't block building placement, but they will obviously let you know that, hey, my enemy has taken that base, like it's a scout, sort of. I don't know if it doesn't really feel like that much early damage was really truly dealt, but Shambler at least had his worker count managed a little bit. Newt is now going to add in some more Mason production, and of course his ministry is about to finish up. He's got Phalanxes. This is really the missing ingredient in the last game. He tried to win with Cyclops, which honestly, Cyclops Cleric, it looked like it could have been really good. The only question, of course, is that really going to end up helping a homie out in a situation like this? A giant expensive Terran tech building. Atlasander. Another drop comes in for the Vultures. He's just kind of denying a little bit of mining time now. He gets 1 kill, he'll be good. He'll be even. He's going to overtake him in workers anyway, so. Will he get a... No, he still doesn't get a single kill. Masons are tanky, bro. But he's got his Vanguard of Phalanx. He's got his Ancial set up here. Mason's ready to go at the natural. I should change the text-to-speech voice to Bowser. The number of options you have on Streamlabs text-to-speech is surprisingly small. I wanted to make it talk faster, and you can't even control that. And your list of English voices is like US, UK, Australian, and maybe one other. I don't remember. New Zealand, probably. No, I guess they would just use Aussie as well. They're not that specialized over there. Maybe I'm missing a setting that gives me more control over it or whatever, but right about now, the text-to-speech option is... I changed it from UK to US because it said Z, and I refuse to do that. I'm not Canadian. But, yeah. There you go. America. America made Cosmonarchy, just like it made Starcraft. What is Z instead of Z? Oh, he was hiding underneath the solar panel. Devastated. The Phalanxes crack their shots off, and we get our first look on the stream at the sieged Phalanx. It does indeed have a projectile now. It's not instant hit. Compensated by with additional splash damage. Don't worry, Alexander. I cast some Counter-Strike, right? And they have a weapon called the CZ-75. And I make it a point to say CZ. I also make it the point to say soccer. They don't like that very much. Ancial's protecting the Vultures for the front line quite a bit. Taking a lot for the Eidolons to actually chew through it. They need to turn around. Shambler not paying attention until it's too late. Looks like 3 Eidolons just get splattered, and he has to say, Jesus. He didn't even finish clearing all of the vultures. And at this point, Newt knows he just needs more vultures for the front line. He's got plenty of phalanx as it is to carve through this position. A lot more Eidolons where that came from, coming in from the lower middle. But now the phalanxes are deploying. The Ancials trying to be focused down. It's not quite enough. Now the vultures can try to dive in if they want to, but the Ancials are going to regenerate shields. Oh! Oh, that's like 6 Eidolons just dead there on the ground. They snipe 1 phalanx, but they are losing so much for it, dude. Oh! Yeah. Poor Shambler. Now, I won't lie. This tactic is a little bit less powerful because Ancials on the modern pre-release have 2 less vision than they used to. So it does take a little bit more positioning to defeat Eidolons than this, but it wouldn't. I don't think it would be so much harder because the Ancial count for Newt is actually off the charts right now. And they do shield each other from incoming damage. That's that bubble around them. They damage is first dealt to their energy, so Eidolons would have a hard time. Tier 2 very quickly here on 2 bases as well, and it looks like Newt's going to add some more Fulcrums. Why not? Small ball of bio off to the side, but the mech is already knocking on the door, and this amount is not going to break the base on the other side. We are not going to see another base race work out for Shambler. And this is a very siegeable, attackable position. This is honestly what worried me the most about this map when I saw it, is how do you stop this kind of thing from happening? He's going to try to go for a flank on the other side. The Maverick's stimming on in. Can he focus down the Ancials now that their shields are gone? That's going to be the question. Oh, the answer is no. A resounding no, in fact. I think he bopped 1 Ancial. There were 4 there earlier. Unless that one's off somewhere else. No, that's... He has killed 1 Ancial. And more vultures screaming across the map at this point. The production way out of whack here in favor of our mech player. The last of the Eidolons are destroyed. Treasury is soon to be crumbled, trying to be repaired, as he desperately attempts to get more stockades up, but Shambler is dead, and I think he knows it. I love when Shambler has his own post-game analysis. Sometimes it's not incorrect, and other times... Yeah, that's a good response there. All right, no GG is called. I had to speed through the last couple seconds just in case there was a lot more typing. Newt will take that game. That one looked a lot more comfortable. He made the adjustments he needed, got the phalanxes out, looking good. So, congrats to whoever got the prediction onto Newt versus Shambler. I didn't think Shambler would get many votes even after his victory there, so doesn't really quite surprise me. We have 2 more games. One of them is a TVT, so we'll go ahead and get yet another one done. I'm interested to see how this bio matchup kind of works out together. It's definitely a different vibe when you've got like mech into bio, right? Let's see, like we gave Newt the grace to say he can adapt to the situation, but well, we just got to see if that is indeed going to be the case going forward for Shambler as well. Newt in the top left, he is the dark bronze Terran.
Zerg here?
No Zerg here, sorry. Shambler in the bottom right as the white Terran. I like players with personality. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Mafias. I feel like what you probably want, because you're talking about Serral here in the chat, Mafios. Serral's in Starcraft 2, Alexander, is probably the best pro as of right now. I don't know if there's anybody who's actually posting better results, but like within recent history, top 1 Starcraft 2 player. Top 1 is kind of a troll for English speakers, but I kind of like saying it. It's funny. It's like, yeah, top 1, you mean the best? Yeah, top 1, dude. It's so silly. But, yeah, I would say overall, like, what we crave out of entertainment, like sports, and including competitive gaming, what we crave most is this sense that what we want is like a satisfying story. And if somebody's like winning a championship and then they're just like, yeah, thanks, that feels nice, that doesn't really feel like a satisfying payoff. In fact, it detracts from what else you might have. So overall, I do genuinely believe that, like, you could have somebody who plays, if Serral didn't exist, but there was a player who had more personality and played like 10%, 15% worse than Serral, people would probably enjoy the game more, even though it's lower level gameplay, because at some level, the narrative of, like, this guy, he has this personality trait that goes against him and blah, 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 that somehow that it adds to it. Like, a good example in Cause Monarchy, actually, is Hit 'em Up. Hit 'em Up is a player who also goes by Leviathan in Clan Ash. He has been around StarCraft 1, StarCraft 2, etc. for a very long time. And he's always had this, apparently, going by his own words here, I don't think I'm speaking out of school, he's always had this tendency to essentially play really, really good in practice, but then have some nerves when it comes to the actual tournament matches. And so, the classic practice Bonjwa case, right? And seeing him conquer his nerves in that way was so satisfying. It made his victory in Acropolis 3, where he went, it was best of 7, right? Earlier, he fought the same player who got to the grand final through the lower bracket in a best of 5, and he had to come back from a 1-2 score line to win the best of 5. Not quite a reverse sweep, but as close as you can get otherwise. In the best of 7, he gets taken to 7 games. After being on championship point, his opponent starts to come back 2 games in a row. And the final game, he actually manages to win. And he was actually leading for most of the game, but that's when the most pressure is on. I'm leading in the final game. This is my last chance to prove to everybody and to myself I can win, despite having this choking issue or whatever the nerves are. And to see him do that was so glorious. And that was way better, even though it wasn't like he was necessarily playing at his peak performance, because that's when he's practicing. That's when doesn't have the nerves or the pressure. It was lower quality gameplay, but it felt so fucking good, dude. That was it. That was the moment. So there's stuff like that that really does shine in a way that I think you don't get if you don't have the same personality. You don't have the same, like, emotional response when you are a bit more robotic about it. Anyway, we've got star pads, so let's dial back into the game. Stockade is coming up for a Vestry add-on, no doubt, and Newt is making Wraiths. Wraiths into bio. I don't think that's going to work out very well, but let's check it out. They don't have missiles for anti-air. They just have their lasers for everything. We'll see what they can do as they fly on in, and Newt immediately has to turn around, but he does not lose a Wraith, so that's actually really good. He does reveal to Shambler. I can't believe he's trying this. He does reveal to Shambler that it's Wraith, so we'll see what he wants to do. Shambler will start adding anti-air. Vestry add-on for the healing, of course. He's got Cyclops and an Anchor and Vultures on standby in case the bio moves across the map, and he might just be able to heckle this treasury before the bio comes on down to help. Get a couple of worker kills. No Ministry anytime soon, it doesn't look like. The bio is clearing the mines from earlier. It was a mech opener for the Vultures. And now we got 7 Wraiths. 7 Wraiths, one-shot a Mason. All right, 4 workers going down in short order, denying mining. Newt has a worker lead. No extra base yet. This is grounds for a treasury most of the time because you can just transfer the excess workers you're making, but it does mean that you grow your third base's worker line a lot slower, so this is a bit of a trade-off. Treasuries are cheaper than ministries, but they obviously have less durability and don't make workers directly unless you have the quarry add-on, and even then, they don't make masons directly, and that's the big thing. There's a ministry for Newt, so that's what he's going for. He does end up holding the slight push from the other side. There's a lot of Eidolons here, but this amount of bio, you can overwhelm here at the bottom. Let's see if Shambler's reaction is fast enough. No, the answer is no. He's already getting attacked. So these Mavericks will probably end up getting annihilated. Well, almost all of them. Eidolon count still good enough that he has to respect that on the Wraith side. Newt really loves Wraiths. I don't know what it is about him, but he really loves the Wraith. Yeah, Lucy says, I just play. Often high. Shout out Lucy, dude. You just proxy hatch. Often high. Well, you're not wrong about that, Shopkeeper Dog. If there's no narrative, don't force it. But I hope that you have found a different vibe from the casts that I've done, where the storylines have felt a little bit more accurate, legitimate, genuine. Because I don't say something if I don't mean it. You know what I mean? This shaman is going to die. Oh, poor Newt. It was supposed to be the heal bot for the wraiths. I also can't agree with what Jujik is saying about, like, oh, if there's people drama farming or whatever, it's just tiring. Yeah, for sure. For sure. There is a line to be drawn there, a balance to be struck. Those Mavericks got stimmed, and then they just abandoned the rest of the group, so then they just get annihilated. Doesn't this kind of feel like TVZ StarCraft 1? Your bio army getting picked apart by flying units? Obviously, the bounce attacks aren't there, so not quite the same. Doesn't feel quite so Zergy. Oh, a couple Phalanxes for the hold. Yeah, I don't think Shambler can do much in this position. I think he sees the Phalanx, and he's just like, all right, I'm out. One Folk Phalanx, okay. So the way that add-ons work in Cosmonarchy just got changed pretty recently, like a week or so ago, week and a half ago. But when you make the Palladium, you can make Phalanx. This is our machine shop, right? And Phalanx Siege Tank. You can make the Phalanx out of all Fulcrums that you own. So it progressively gives you more benefits the more production that you're scaling up in. That's why it's kind of rare to see like one Stockade Vestry, one Fulcrum Palladium. And that's why I did predict, I was kind of building up to this, I predicted that we would see more Fulcrums out of Newt. Partially because of the fact that he has this add-on that lets him make more Phalanxes if he wants. He can also make a unit called the Madrigal. We haven't seen that yet today. So you've been watching the stream, you don't know that unit, don't fret, you haven't missed it. I'll point it out if it comes out, but it's a good unit for anti-air. Ironically, something that Shambler could probably use as the Ancials start stacking up. And I guess it can be kind of good versus Bio, but not versus Eidolons. It's pretty good versus Harak and Maverick. Not very good versus anything that can outrange it, which Eidolon and Savant, I guess Savant is like the same range, but Savant's just to shut it down with their deployment mode. He probably should be hatched. I had to be proxy hatching. Random Zerg tile spotted. Infestation is complete. All right, coming in, we've got Ancials protecting the Wraiths. They should honestly go after those Watchdogs, though. The Ancial shields are down. They'll pop one of them on the way out, maybe. No, it'll just start burning. Reasonable worker damage. He trades it for a bunch of Wraiths, but it's definitely forcing Shambler into a very, very low econ situation. Shambler versus anyone is a fun storyline, yes. I can agree with that. Mostly because people don't like Shambler, so people start rooting against him. Hello, random Stockade. What's going on over here, buddy? Shambler realizing he hasn't left enough build space in his own map. He just starts building it out here. That's honestly really funny to me. God damn it, Shopkeeper Doug. Just annihilated him. Annihilated him like he 3-0'd him in the throne room stage. Devastation. Our next game, by the way, is TVZ, so if you're tiring of TVT, don't fret. But also, honestly, all of these TVT matches have looked very different. This one's maybe a little bit more on the slower side, but this is still pretty good. I'll take this. Ooh. Peppered by the Eidolons on the way through. Scouts out where the army is. 9 o'clock, currently occupied by a couple of Mavericks. Treasury probably inbound to 11, but there is a unit there, a Maverick blocking it, so he'll need to clear that with the Wraiths or something. Vultures are dying without laying their mines, which is always a bit of a tragedy. You can see him trying to use the Ancials to escort him up there. The Mavericks are going to stem. Phalanx is deploying. The collapse on the other side can't really happen due to the way that the map is structured. Shambler needed to move forward with these armies over here that are further up in order to do something like that. Now the Wraiths start to dog the Eidolons, allowing the Cyclops to step forward and do some more splash damage. He doesn't mind trading down the Wraiths at this point. They're mostly just going to be used for, like, patrols or whatever. And the Ancials have been switched into what he's making out of the Star Pads. 2-star pad Ancial is very, very good. Shaman going down without too much healing, unfortunately. And yeah, the Phalanxes are slowly getting overwhelmed by the Eidolon count, but that turns so quickly. Does remind me of the match on Decapitation. Hit him up rolled versus Aoud Terran. He was random, and Aoud is Terran. And they ended up going Eidolon a lot. So that's kind of neat. Yo, get this Maverick out of here. Yeah, Mason kill. Hell yeah. A little bit of a bioforce moving towards 11 o'clock. We'll see if Newt can defend. His phalanxes are not actually deployed right now, which is a bit of a problem. He's going to need to do something about that. Kind of right now, they're just aggro. There we go. The deployment comes out. Overkill to the max on those Mavericks, but the next salvo will rue Shambler's day. Or Shambler will rue the day, or ruin Shambler's day. Saved by Ahmed, though. Anseal's once again protecting, providing detection. If that one goes down, it's it for this Eidolon push, but look at that. Cost efficiency reclaimed. And the buyout is indeed going to go down, courtesy of these vultures. 10 senders? Was that intentional that those were made? Those are the... This is like the Giga Anchor, the Giga Bunker. You can fit 10 space worth of units in there. That's 10 Eidolons, or better yet, 10 Madcaps. A unit that we also haven't seen yet. Anseal's rushing to the defense of that very wounded Phalanx. I think it might still end up going down here, but Shambler actually doesn't have the DPS left. Still a couple of deployed Phalanxes in the middle of nowhere. That'll get run down by some of the bio. Some of those Harakans could have sold the Eidolons down the river there. As it stands, it's still actually pretty cost efficient for Newt. As he clears out with just 4 Phalanxes, everything that isn't an Eidolon, and the standing army for Shambler is so small. At least on this side of the map. Got a couple more units. We're seeing 5 o'clock be taken. Transcender floating across. Yeah, I think those were meant to be captaincies, but that's okay. Newt will use the Transcender. It has a flag and everything. The flag even turns to indicate the direction that it's going. That's not how wind works, but you know, it's still pretty cool. You can put Zerglings in the Transcender, by the way. You can garrison, like, they don't have to be a bio unit, and they don't have to be a Terran unit. And they don't even have to be your unit, they just need to be an allied unit. Sentinels have been erected to try to deal with the Harakans. Should be okay, because the mech is going to get a little bit of a slowdown effect on here, and then the Masons are going to come up for repairs. As of right now, I think Newt is just thinking about pushing out if he wants to. That anchor is empty. Vulture's screaming down the ramp, trying to see if they can defend, as the Sentinels have indeed held that position. There's no defenses over here, so that might be a bit of a problem. And now he's going to dive onto these Eidolons in the middle of the map. So this is kind of like a messy, scrappy situation where we got a small band of units heckling the natural, but the Vultures will probably clear it. Newt's not really making much of anything right now. I think he might be a little bit... I don't know. Is he taking a phone call? Olympian's on the way. Phalanx is on the way. Yeah, Cause Monarchy podcast? Yes. I can't believe all that damage was actually dealt. That's kind of wild. Shambler has an economic advantage despite the low worker count because he's actually mining from a third base, whereas the natural was shut down here by Newt, or for Newt. He'll deploy the Phalanxes, he'll clear the bio. Maybe he just didn't know how many Eidolons there were. There was a very small army, honestly. Still pushing forward with his mech army. Not a great size for an army, honestly. And if the Vultures can lay some mines, the Harakans won't be able to get as much done. But Shambler looks like he's going to collapse upon this position pretty easily. Another stockade randomly in the middle of the map will go down. There's 3 over here that could be heckled, but let's see. Vultures scream down to clear out those Mavericks. Natural reestablished. He doesn't have any vision up the high ground. He's kind of leapfrogging his Phalanxes forward, which I like. But the Harakans expose. And now they're going to come in from the natural of Shambler's angle as well. And I think that's going to be way too much. You can see the damage trying to be mitigated by the Anseals. Most of the bio still going down. There's a lot of Cleric corpses. Those were actually Newts. A nice targeting fade-away shot on one of those Eidolons. And some Vultures reinforced just to buy time for the Anseals to get the hell out of Dodge, which they do need to do ASAP. There you go. One of them did go down earlier. Newt is starting to add more endgame bio army, but he's got 21 Masons on Geyser. He definitely needs to fix that. Oh, he's got Autocrats. Okay, so the Autocrats are Reclaimers. That's a class of Terran unit that essentially resurrects the dead. You can think of it as. So that's what the Autocrats are going to be doing here. Obviously, a limited efficacy right about now, but might be good as the game goes a bit longer. He's not using the Tensender. He could get his Olympians in there or something. Okay, he garrisons a Phalanx. The Phalanx is in there. That's so silly. Man, I don't know what happened to Newt's money. I guess it's because he's mining gas with 21 workers, but he does not have the economy to keep fighting here. And the Eidolon Ball is 20 strong. No more Phalanxes. None made. Is Newt actually dead here? Like, he's only got the Ant Seals. He needs more Phalanx to deal with this many Eidolons. I think he's just gone, dude. I can't believe it. GG is called. It did feel like something happened in Newt's personal life. Like, you know, sometimes you get a phone call and you're like, all right. But Shambler will take that particular game. And that means that we have one last game. This is going to be TVZ between these two players. Asset Pipeline Mafios is just Blender. We have a plugin that Solstice, one of our contributors, developed that takes the Blender project, renders it out, converts it into Starcraft's palette, and gets the graphic ready to be loaded by the game. So very, very all-in-one kind of solution. Very nice. I'll be doing some development after we're done casting, so if you want to stick around to see what that's like, that is something that we can do. That I can show you about. But I will be doing some 3D modeling then. Well, kit bashing. I'm not a great modeler myself, so don't expect glory. Newt in the bottom right, looking for glory. He is our Glacial Terran. Shambler in the top left is our Palatine Blue, Royal Blue Zerg. So we are going to see some different race out of Shambler. Yeah, extremely cool. Solstice is an extremely cool guy. He started rendering custom unit portraits. We haven't seen the unit that he did first, so I haven't been able to show that off on this stream. But very, very epic. Shambler #1. Oh, no. As for the map, since I'm always trying to evaluate maps that are being played here, this area feels really, really untenable for the natural. I think the cliff should probably be pushed out a bit more. But then, you kind of need to move this over to the left a little bit more as well. I'm just thinking about the Phalanx ranging down here. Seems really difficult to hold. Shambler's got a fan. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I refuse to believe it. All right. Larvosk Pool. That's going to be the opener here. Bio clearing out the Droleth, as Newt is going to be showing Bio. He was able to defeat Zeke with his Bio play. It looked very strong. And I think he also was able to do pretty well into... wasn't there another Zerg he played? I know he played Shopdog, but that was Mech. He played Bio against somebody else, and I was like, damn. Damn, son. Oh, I see. He played versus Cannoli, so that'll be interesting to check that out, because those were replays on old Scars. We'll probably cast that set tomorrow. Got him, Lucy. Got him. So just kind of stacking up Mavericks for now. I guarantee you we'll see a fairly fast either Starpad or Covenant. I don't know which. Probably Covenant before Vestry, though. The one Maverick is stimming around inside the main base. Shambler going to try to burrow. You can stand on burrowed units to reveal them. You probably saw that earlier. Still gets a kill. That's definitely more than he ought to have, and he denied mining time for quite a while, so... Shambler a little bit not respecting the amount of damage a Maverick can do, which is rare. Shambler definitely knows that Mavericks are good like that, so... Oh, it is actually Vestry into Starpad. A little bit more of a conservative opener then from Newt. I think this is probably stronger in the long run. Maybe he just looked at the base, saw the amount of larvae that were being made here, and decided, he's going to have a lot of units. I'm just going to scale up my army to be unkillable, and then I'll just keep growing and growing in terms of army composition and army size, and then he won't be able to do anything about it. We do have Shambler setting up for an expansion. Not quite on the ball with how quickly he's making it, but that's okay. Starpad will complete soon. Shambler will remember he had to expand soon. Maybe. Maybe he'll remember that soon. No, I guess not. The 300 minerals are just for show, you know? Quaz on the front line. Hurakan's trying their best to keep them at an arm's length. They actually get boosted armor while they're being healed by a cleric. So you can see that Shambler here is trying to focus down the Mavericks for the most part, which is the right play. But he is indeed going to get bopped. And most people are not rushing to cleric tech. So to see the healing kick in is really, really nice. I'm glad to see that that is giving a strong account for itself. Because if those had just been more Hurakans, maybe he holds anyway. But the fact that he holds with so few losses is definitely very good. Yeah. I think he cooked, sort of. Trojan is going to meet the Bio Army and airlift it in, and there are a lot of Larvosks here, which are very vulnerable to being sniped. I think particularly they have 2 armor, and the Maverick has only 1 armor pen, so they do reduce a little bit of damage there, but the Hurakans rend armor with the fire. The fire breaks the armor, so that will definitely increase the damage. Ironically, the Maverick would have lost that fight because it wasn't stimmed, but Shambler decided to give up. I don't know why. All right. Let's see what happens here. 2 clerics, 2 Mavericks, and 3 Hurakans. Is he just going to unload right then and there? Shambler's not quite responding to it just yet, and now it looks like we'll see the stimmed Mavericks go after the Larvosks. Honestly, I feel like every one of these is going to die. Where's his... He has no military units. He just drilled preemptively down here, but... What? Shambler? Oh, Shambler. In shambles. I mean, what do you even do in this situation? Shambler's got 1,400 minerals. He's watching his demise unfold before his very eyes. Either that or this replay is broken. I'm not really sure which, but we are on the right version for it, so... Yeah, I don't know. I think maybe this replay busted. He's got a lot of money, and his hatch apparently did go down earlier. Yeah, this is, this replay is cooked. So... Pranked. Shambler did not, in fact, validate this replay, or it worked for him but not for me. I don't know which. Oh, he unburrowed his Quaz, though. That was legit. The Madhouse. Yeah, I guess this game probably goes on for a bit longer, doesn't it? Yeah, okay. So. Devastated. I can't believe Shambler would upload a broken replay. Right in front of me and all my friends on stream. All right, well, as penance for that, I think we'll watch some different TVZ, because I did want to see some TVZ. And we'll watch Newt versus Cannoli. I feel like this is supposed to be an even more one-sided matchup in favor of Newt, but I am happy to be proven wrong. So let's take a look at that. We're going to go to a map called Old Scars by Jujic. It's a map that's been around for a hot minute in testing, so I'm glad to see it actually get some checkup, some value. Newt is in the bottom left, Glacial Terran, no, Electric Blue Terran this time, slightly around the corner. Cannoli Pumpkin Zerg in the top right. And this map is... If I had to describe this map, I would say it's like a little bit faster than a lot of the other more standard 1v1 maps in terms of rush distance, but you get a lot of options for splitting the map. So if you can hold on, or if your opponents does, neither player ends up going for a more aggressive strategy, you actually get into a macro game a surprising amount of times, considering the distance between the 2 players being a bit less than some of the other maps. So I think it ends up being a good map. The changes were interesting as well to it compared to the previous version, which I'm not going to go over here because I guarantee you most people don't remember it. But Cannoli is going to go ahead and be playing with a Larvosk. We've actually seen both of these players earlier today. Cannoli versus Godwheat. Didn't end up winning any against Godwheat. Unbelievable. And then now we obviously saw Newt. By the way, the final score between Newt and the Shambler for the series that they played was 4 matches for Newt, 2 matches for Shambler. So Shambler posted 2 of his own dubs, and I guess 2 dubs of Newt is my guess. But I just went ahead and revealed that while I was sitting here looking for these replays. Time Shambler out for an hour. That's what he gets. I'll stop him from being able to watch the FFA cast when I cast that, which at this point is probably tomorrow. As for a ladder, we do not have a more conventional ladder, but we do have an informal like ranking system where I'm keeping track of everybody's player skill. And if most of the games are organized between people on Discord, but we do have like a set channel for it. It's pretty easy to grab a game. You'll see people playing all the time. You're being timed out, Shambler, because you uploaded a broken replay between you and Newt on the TVZ on Bulwark. It broke between my 10,000 viewers, right in front of them. I can't believe you would do that. Banned. Unbelievable. Oh yeah, just now we have like 4 people looking for game right about now. Dog lived. Newt, Arbuz, Vilius. We got some gamers, dude. I gotta see more Arbuz games. I saw him in the chat a little bit, but I need to see more Arbuz games for sure. Cool Protoss player. We need more Protoss players. Pause on the ramp. Can only going to try to hold versus the stim. There is a Vestry coming and an expansion, so Newt is going to play this a little bit more economical. He didn't chain his stims together, so the Quas are actually going to win this fight at the end. Oh, there you go. No, he got a stim in. They should narrowly put it in the favor of Newt there, but you really got to keep your Maverick stimmed. They have way more DPS that way. Yeah, that's right. You are an unconventional Protoss sausage. You even ultra rushed a Daedalus in 10 minutes and you defended him. I can't believe it. He made 2 stockades and a fulcrum and you didn't lose. How is that possible? Cannoli's going to go straight to the Apex strains here with the Calcure Lake coming up. Definitely worried about the Savants, but they're nowhere near coming up soon. So this is actually an interesting situation where I think Cannoli's 1-base build order gives him a nice military force, and Newt is just playing a bit more economic, a bit more defensive. Normally, I feel like Bio goes out on the map and tries to attack, but either Newt just knows how Cannoli plays, or he's just trying a different style, and it just ends up working, I think. Because the star pad's finished, he's got lots of Bio production here. He has his natural coming up online, a worker lead over the Zerg. Oh, what's up, Kasuga? Thanks for gaming. I hope those replays work, because I definitely want to see some more PvP, that's for sure. Rank Keeper Dog, unbelievable. All right, there's the Covenant add-on coming up. That's what the 4th stockade was actually used for. I don't know if he made any units out of it, maybe 1 Maverick. But just making the add-on right about now does take some time. Shuts down your production from that structure. First count of the Lyrilisks does do some good damage to the Hurricanes. They ignore their base armor. So this is going to be a crushing fight in favor of the Zerg player. We're going to see Newt have to cycle back to a much more defensive posture. I think he popped a couple of the Lyrilisks in the Quas. Those are like the big orange gulps are definitely dead Lyrilisks, but there's way more where that came from, right? Adding many anchors, trying to go back to Mavericks. He can certainly stim his way into a better spot, and his Covenant's going to finish up. If he can get the Savants out soon enough, that can help him out. He's even trying to stim and save his Clerics, not quite able to, and Cannoli will go ahead and grab an expansion pretty soon. But again, Newt's economy is in a great spot. His tech, not so much, but we do have Savants coming up, so his army will be improved a little bit there. In this position, I would also love to see a Fulcrum add. I think you probably want Phalanx in order to break out from this spot. Otherwise, the Zerg is just going to start exploding. Though we still don't actually have Cannoli expanding yet. He doesn't have the money to right now. Invested a lot more into military that at this point I don't think are going to be able to bust. Even deploying them on the high ground, you get +1 weapon range shooting down. Oh, that is going to be brutal because Savants already have 8 range as it is. Practically turning them into an artillery unit at that point. How were the Lord of the Rings movies? They worked. It was very nice that we had access to that on the trip. I appreciate you, Lucy. We had a fun time trying to hook it up to the actual television, but you know. Anchors do still give +2 range, yep. I did not change that when you, I didn't change that when I changed the cliff advantage rules. No. Avaleth's coming. Probably for a drop. Also good to have in case Eidolons start coming out. But I think most Terrans have just been rocking Savant for a lot of the time. Newt fully saturating his gases and, of course, capping those ridges. Very important for him. His Anseal is going to reveal the Quas, and he's going to just go ahead and unload his anchors. I think that makes sense. He's about to get ready to attack. He's going to have about 12 Savants, I think. Now, Cannoli's army has been growing, but some of them are actually still in an egg right now. And a little bit split. Honestly, he's been spending a lot of time trying to catch up in workers, and he's still not there. And his army is not as big as Newt's is now. So this is what I was talking about with Newt's economy being better, is as long as he could hold on, he would be in a really good spot. And now he's going to start attacking the, like, chiseling away at this. The Vorvikors aren't even going to connect for the most part. Hirakan's obviously absorbing a lot of damage, and the Anseal's shielding the actual sort of mid-range units. Yeah, Cannoli just needs to fall back. Avaleths are set up at, you could call that 6 o'clock, I guess, as well as the 9 o'clock position. Doesn't want to engage with too few units here. Newt will end up losing a bunch of Savants otherwise. Man, some of his production queues are wild. Ministry for a third base. Newt recognizing he's probably not going to close this game super easily, super quickly. But there is an opportunity, because again, Cannoli's floating a lot of money, not making a lot of units. He's only got the Calcure Lake. I think at this point you're probably thinking Lake is to help out here. Or just an overwhelming number of Lyrilisks, but even that I'm not convinced would do the job. All right, this is set up for Cannoli to have success as he tries to come in with a flank, but the Savants are deployed, and this is going to be a really difficult task for him. With the Anseal's on top, the big stack of Savants is just not dying, and they're in that autogun mode. Oh, it's a massacre! They've fully stacked their life steal, their attack speed steal, and it is just a power siphon. GG, yeah, I think that's over, buddy. Amicably timed GG from Cannoli as Newt crushes through with that. Absolutely wild, considering he had a follow-up to it, too. Cannoli was not ready. Hey, Knight of the Realm, how are you? We got ourselves 2 more TVZs to get through between these 2 players. And I think that will do it for our casts today. We'll be doing some development after that. Of course, I do take a short break in between, usually like 6 to 10 minutes max. So check me out there. We are getting into Game 2, so I'll put the Gamba up for you guys on Twitch. Appreciate everybody who's hanging out on Twitch. Obviously, I've been adding a lot of stuff there as far as like features go. You can stack your channel points and turn them into a soundboard. Sort of like Mixer, if you guys were around back in the Mixer days. Those were the days. Newt in the bottom left is our dark green Terran player. He will be going bio yet again. And Cannoli in the top right is our pumpkin Zerg player. We'll see if he changes up his strategy at all. Hey, what's up, Milestone? Obviously, that last round, the Terran had a ridiculous amount of Savants that stayed alive for a ridiculous amount of time. And I think a big deal there is that the bounce damage, which is sort of like a splash damage from the Lyrilusk, he never got to a critical mass of them. I think if Cannoli had Lakes and was actually able to get them deployed, that would have been a very different story. Now, I do concede that the Anseals were there for detection. Focus fire would have killed the Lakes. So that's the thing that you got to figure out. How do we deal with the Anseals? Maybe Lyrilusks can help a little bit there. Honestly, maybe Vithrilisks are actually good, since they spread their debuff immediately now. Might be a good tactic to use Vithrilisks. At least like 2 Viths or whatever. Problem is you don't really want Tetzoricors. Oh, actually, that's not necessarily true. Tetzoricors are really good versus the Savant composition. We saw that Cannoli versus Shopkeeper Dog yesterday. So there might be a chance that that's the way through for Zerg, is that they end up fully upgrading their Hydrith Den. Cannoli not going to go for it right now. He's going pool. Same structure that he made last time and fully evolved. A coderlisk or coder core. I kind of like that. Once again, being annoying with the Maverick, just like in that Shambler game that desynced. Just annoying. Just a little bit of obnoxiousness. Honestly, he's not actually getting any damage for the worker kills, but now Cannoli's starting to flub a little bit, so a little bit of lost mining time there for a long time. As the Zeth's cores come out, this will be an easy cleanup. Ooh! Oh my god, brutality! It's like the Zeth's pushed him into the maw, and the Droleth just munched. Delicious. I'll turn you into a Zorkish Shroud, buddy. Diadems, yes. They're called diadems now. They are indeed still in the game. They are tier 3. We don't see them too often, but a little bit more recently. And of course, they come up in like FFAs and stuff. Mavericks are not going to be stemming up this ramp because they didn't know the Zeths were there, but it's only a couple of Zethra cores. You can beat this with the bio. That probably isn't too unfamiliar to StarCraft 1 players. But we are getting that Zorkish Shroud. So this is going to unlock the Lakiz, which is the Lurker. That is going to be a good choice, in my opinion. And you're probably like, Lurker without a Hydralisk? Yeah, they come out of Larva now. Yeah, good micro from Newt. These are both American players, so their ping is just fine. We are going to get that expansion coming up for both players. And it is traditional for Newt, as opposed to the Treasury, which has been a bit more of a newfangled style. Yeah, Shopkeeper Dog kind of agreeing with what I was saying with the Kalkir Zorkiz. Although I'd still think that the Tetzoricor has potential. 3 Lake is on the way. Another option here for the Zerg to obviously get into a more advantageous position is just to bust the bio before they can get up to the Savant stack. And that's what I thought Cannoli was shaping up to do in the last game. So it's definitely a possibility that he does it here now. Oh, Zeke just started pinging for games. Hot tamale. Love ourselves some Zeke games. He was streaming Cosmonarchy earlier. Raided our channel. Zeke plays a lot of Cosmo. I don't know how much he streams it. But a lot of the times he does play it. He games. He's a gamer. Ooh, Arbuz versus Zeke. We love that matchup. That's going to be going on right now on the server. If you're in our Discord server, or if you're not there but you want to join, you should be able to actually watch those games live from if Arbuz streams for you in the voice channel. Now, the Lakers are going to shut this push down really, really nicely. The way that the Lurker works by normal is obviously it just shoots one spine. Lakers shoot the spine, and then it returns. And it deals damage both ways. So, obviously the projectile moves a little bit slower as a result of that change. So it can be dodged a little bit easier. But definitely shuts down a straight line quite a bit. Still no Covenant yet, so the Covert Ops add-on equivalent, basically. But we do have the Med Bay, the Vestry. Shambler thinks it's worth having a mini dono goal over today's match. Well, I will sit here and see if I can add that. How about that? Well, hold on. We got the Lakers inching forward. I can't do it just yet. It looks like we are going to see some Ultra Cores out. Savants do defeat Ultra Cores pretty well in their deployed mode because they steal the attack speed and then you can't lifesteal. That doesn't matter as much for the Tetzoricor because they benefit from the projectile that they just throw back at you. So sometimes having more attack speed against the Tetzoricor hurts you more. But, you know. All right, the Zoryus being brought forward. Ah, there we go. Nice little Lakers explosion. Trades one Zoryus for a lot of damage dealt, but he also scouts out the anchors. So we'll see if that ends up working out. I also think that Terran will have a little bit of a harder time against Zorkiz styles because of the Anseal vision range nerf, but I don't think it's going to move a needle hugely. Just a slight alteration that helps out. Speaking of the donation goal, if you want to support the stream, streamlabs.com/pronogo. A good opportunity to get your text-to-speech donation immediately put into the game for as low as $3. Immediately put into the cast here. Frontline Cestus will increase the armor. Pretty good versus the Lakers. Even better versus like Quaz and stuff. Oh, can only go in for 7 Gorgra cores. Now that's a nifty idea, right? The Gorgra core is a unit that we haven't seen as much because it requires the evolved Shroud, which turns into a very familiar looking structure called the Ulgorg Cavern here. Let's see. Got to get the burrow on the Lakis. This is a really nice little setup away from the Cestus as well. And now the Gorgra cores come in. It's going to be really hard for Newt to hold on here. And the Lakis mostly stayed alive. Only one of them going down earlier. Only now are the Hurricanes getting added into the play. And I don't think it's going to be enough at all. Shattering this containment that was set up. Third base on location is definitely going to be endangered soon. The Zorius, unfortunately, being kind of thrown away here. Can only trying to manage them a little bit. He'll peel back away, only losing 1. The rest of them can regenerate. Also, your units will regenerate twice as fast if you burrow them. Obviously, you can't be in combat during that. It is in combat, not in combat regeneration. 6 more Zorius on the way. You can tell Cannoli wants the Ultra Cores. And the Savant count is starting to grow. But they have to choose between targeting the Gorgs and targeting the Ultra Cores, right? So that is an opportunity. The Gorga Cores are like a flying Ultra in some ways, except they deal splash damage. Not as tanky, of course, as the Ultra, but still pretty good. Definitely going to be earmarked for the mineral line here, which is actually a little bit under strength, it feels like, so not as efficient as Newt could be here. But he's adding a lot of Watchdogs. 7 Gorgs does beat 3 Watchdogs, but it's going to be a little bit bloody. We'll see how on point Cannoli's micro is. Yeah, he's actually going to ignore it and just go after the workers, which might also be the right choice, but that does kind of condemn these Gorga cores to death. And he hasn't killed too many, right? I think he's killed 1 Mason so far. Savants also penetrate the Gorgs, so this is going to be a pretty one-sided affair here, where he lost like 4 Gorgs and killed 4 Masons. That is really poor efficiency. Gorgs are expensive. Well, he has gotten his 3rd base up, and he has Droleths ready to saturate it, so at least get it up to like half saturation. A little bit less because he saturates the gas, which makes sense. Old scars, new tricks, says Biddy B. Yeah, you might be right. The Zozark Gorge is on the way. I almost called it a grotto. That's a different structure. So that's going to be the apex strain there. You can turn these Gorgs into Zarkavra cores. Very, very deadly air units. Plus, you can upgrade your Lakis if you need to, but that's probably not for this matchup. So far, so good. Oh, man, the Savants are really feeling the pain. Oh, he's actually going to try it. Oh, man, is Cannoli mad? He's going for it despite the deployment, and he's the only sane one here. Wiping out all the Savants. Wow, glorious. And the only anti-air he has is the Gorgs and 1 Quaz. That's pretty pitiful, but he doesn't need anti-air right now. He resets the Terran army yet again, making a lot of Savants, but Savants alone clearly are not going to win this day. Yeah, this looks like Cannoli's game to drop now. We'll see if he's able to make it happen. Double anchor on the front line. We'll see how many Savants he can pile in there. The answer is 2 if you're trying to ask how many can you fit, but how many does he? I don't know. It is just pure Savant right now. Feels like it's a little bit too easy. He's actually upgrading his Lakis. That's interesting. I guess he wants a more brawly unit. He's going to go ahead and make the Gorga cores into his Zarkavra cores. Clever. So the Zerbrialisk is a clever unit in general, I think specifically because of the Anseals. So they attack ground when you're standing up like this. You can burrow them so that they attack air. And they will actually shred the Anseals if given the opportunity. So kind of a good option. 7 Zarks are going to be up. They also deal splash damage to ground and air, unlike the Gorga Core, which only deals splash damage to ground. Has a secondary air weapon. Fourth hatch in the bottom right. Now again, skill-wise, I would say Newt is way better at RTS games than Cannoli. But Cannoli has some strategic idea here. And honestly, he hasn't played this too mechanically bad. I haven't seen ridiculous floats. Obviously, there's some, because look at the production tab. There must have been some. But up until this point, I didn't think there were too many. So this looks like a very well-deserved victory for him. Get it up for it. Let's see if he can make it happen. The Savants will pen. Not the Zark, though. Oh, they just get right on top. Yeah, I think this is just over, man. Yeah, that's a massacre. The Zobrialisks didn't even need to be activated for the Antseal counter. It was just over almost immediately. GG. Cannoli actually posts a dub versus Newt? Not on my bingo card. Evil Flying Ultralisk looks great. Yeah. That one's from 5 Nations. Shout out to those guys. Gave us a lot of graphics for us to use. Gave us permission and all that. So very cool. I was not expecting that one to work out that way, but it was glorious. Sorry for whoever lost money on Newt. We're going back to it. Gamba up. Final game between Newt and Cannoli. And the spawns are swapped on Old Scars. Cannoli in the bottom left as the Pumpkin Zerg. Newt in the top right as Cyan Terran. Not a color I see on Terran too much. I do love when you see this over here, by the way. This is APM. And Newt was up towards like 400 for a moment, and Cannoli's like 50. You know what I mean? That's kind of funny. At least to me, it's kind of funny. We'll see if we can do what was being suggested earlier. I guess I can probably, for the daily donation goal, I can probably put it like maybe somewhat unintrusively in the replay UI in the bottom. You guys tell me what you think of that, if that's too annoying. Obviously, when I'm like selecting units and stuff, it'll be kind of in the way, but I don't know. It seems like it's probably fine. You guys can tell me what you think. It doesn't look very good when it's super small, so I didn't want to do what Shambo suggested. It's not how big it is. It's how you use it. Triggers my OCD. Well, you better donate so it goes away. Easy. And not at all abusive. Hydra's Den on the way for Cannoli. Easy clap. And Newt is actually going Wraith. So the Hydra's Den is probably the best counter to Wraith that Zerg has. At least it's the most familiar one. Like, eventually you can go Calcure Lake, but that requires Apex streams. Hey, what's up, Ramen? I saw you in the chat earlier, I think, but I forgot to say hi to you because I was too busy casting. But, you know, this is the moment during an Artosis cast where he'd be like, thanks for checking out Artosis cast. Good channel. I highly recommend. Maverick won't get too much done here. It does scout that it's a Hydroth opener. What does this change about what Newt wants to do? He adds a 3rd star pad. Okay, I guess it doesn't change much of anything. A triple star pad, anchor. He'll probably be okay. Hold on. I've seen this before. And I've seen this Blade Hollow versus This Is Jimmy. And the Izira cores just ignored the Mavericks and walked into the mineral line. So this one might be over quick, guys. I'm going to be honest with you. I mean, you got 2 Mavericks in there, but what if I just walk this way? All right. Battle workers. Give me your workers. Maverick stem. Wraith finishes. Oh, he hasn't lost too many. Is he? What is he doing? 2 Masons, 3 Masons going down. 4 Masons, 5 Masons going down. All right, that's it. That was the rush. Straight to a ski back, by the way. So he's just going to make skips, I think, and add Spraiths. Yeah, this looks pretty dire. I don't know how Newt's going to come back from this one. Mechanically, obviously a superior player. We'll see if he's able to do something with that. Shoot himself out of a bad situation, as we would say in Counter-Strike. But it doesn't look good. It does not look good. Burrowed Hydras, Ovaleth for detection, double Spraith for anti-air. I mean, could you get more hard countered? Could you, Newt? Is it possible? Unbelievable. All right, I've got it, guys. I know exactly what to do with the donation goal. Check it out. You got to tilt your screen 45 degrees to read it, but it's there. All right, some Skither cores are leaving the building. That's going to be Cannoli's counter to the Wraith Man on the other side. Newt will make Wraith work. I believe in him. I don't know if it'll be this game, but I believe in him. Yeah. Just an outrageous amount of... outrageous amount of use of his 50 APM. There you go. Hatch going down. He's got Bactals out. He's got Izira cores out. A little bit of artillery. The Wraiths are getting ready to leave. Is there any anti-air? No. So if they fly away and then the Skiths attack, that's going to be a really bad time for Newt. I guess he'll... No, some of his Masons are wounded from the Izira core run by earlier. All right, this comes down to timing a little bit. It looks like Newt will be safe. Oh, no, Cannoli's dancing around, seeing what's up. He just knows now that there's no, like, watchdog at the Extremis, right? All right, here we go. Easy couple kills. Anseal will come up. The Wraiths are here. So this attack will actually get shut down pretty hard. And multiple anchors are trying to hold down the fort down here. I think the Wraiths will be okay. I think Newt isn't dead, but he doesn't have much coming in terms of resources. He definitely needs to get back mining as he has. And he needs to micro his little heart out. Hasn't lost a Wraith yet. Yeah, still mostly healthy. Got to keep him off the star pads, though. Oh, he's one-tapping these units, dude. He's got plenty of Wraiths. He has lost a lot of star pads, but maybe that's a blessing in disguise. Maybe he'll make something else. Look at that. Lost one Wraith in all of that. Beautiful. 5 more Skiths on the way to try to defend. They do have that splash damage, so pretty good at it. Izira Core is much better at dealing with the Wraiths than the other units, you may have noticed. Adding more stockades, repairing what he's got. 1 Wraith at a time. Oh, and they catch him on the way forward. That's a lot more Wraiths going down. 3 of them. They were trying to link up with the Shaman for healing. Wow, Cannoli is preempting the movement. Honestly, very nice. And we're down. We're below the amount of Wraiths you need to like 2-shot the Izira Core, it looks like. Yeah. So it's really, really difficult right now for Newt to do much here. He's slowly adding more Wraiths as it is. But Skither cores are flying across the map. Is Cannoli actually going to beat Newt? 2 games out of 3. That's wild, if so. No, the Anseal! Oh, so devastated. He's making bio. There might be a chance here that the bio can save him given enough time. Ministry also started. Wraiths trying their best. But the splash damage is way too much, it feels like. A lot of those Skits are really well dead, but that's it. Cannoli wins another game. All right, to be fair, Newt was trying Wraith, and he also got Izzy rushed. So that is like a double whammy. If you don't know how to deal with the Izzy rush, it's really difficult to do. But yeah, wild stuff. Wild stuff. Shambler, I'm banning you. It's not how big it is, it's the motion of the ocean, it's how you use it, that's right, right? Clearly the case. I'm trying to find another spot for the... Okay, that's fine. I was doing some work on the donation goal on the replay casts. That was actually the last replay cast that we had for today, so that's going to have to be where the suspense... You'll have to tune in tomorrow for the show match to see the daily donation goal in the right spot again. So hopefully you guys are going to be doing that. That show match is at 12 o'clock Eastern Time, 6 p.m. CET. We'll be taking a short break so that I can get some water and such, maybe grab a snack or something. But then I will be doing some development. Yes, on these streams, so I go casting for 3 hours or so. And we also do some development where I am working on the game. The task today is to do some 3D modeling and implementing for an advanced Zerg builder, one that doesn't get consumed when it makes a structure, but it doesn't harvest resources, so it's like a dedicated support unit for the infrastructure or what have you. And it's also going to have the ability to turn into a mining base that you can make. So you can turn it into a like outpost similar to a Hatcheros. It's going to be pretty neat as a unit, I think. So I hope to see you guys for some implementation of that. We'll see if we do anything else in addition to that. Sometimes I'll do like bug fixing if something gets reported that I can do, or maybe some other unit will be worked on or something. But the Bildroth, the Agrileth is what it's actually called. But Bildroth is not a bad one. Bildroth is not a bad one. Show match hype indeed, Ramen. Devman. Yeah, I'm going to become Devman. So I'll see you guys in about 6 minutes for that. Again, thank you for Alexander's $9 donation earlier today. We'll have a couple more hours here to fill our donation goal, or at least get closer to it. Appreciate all you, and I'll see you guys very soon. Shout out to Ziki for the host, by the way. We steadied on for about 10 viewers the whole time on Twitch, so that's pretty good for us. We'll keep that going, keep that building. More people will find out that we're streaming all the time, and we'll get more people in the door. Shout out to Kowansky for following us earlier, or Kazansky, sorry. Kazansky for following us. I was thinking even more Polish than Kazansky. Kowansky. Builder Bobreleth. Ah, yeah, Bob the Builder. That makes sense. All right, I'll see you guys soon. What up, homies? We are just about ready to get started on some more development. Like I mentioned before I left, it is Agroleth time. We are going to be working on this mobile hive organ for the Zerg, available at Tier 1 from the larva with no tech requirement. Because I really don't think it's going to be that OP, or even really that widely used. But few things that are just added are, they get a slight spike in usage when they first get introduced, and then they're gone. So that's more or less where we are at right about now. I think I'm going to go ahead and make sure that everything is all set on the camera preview so that I'm good to go there. And yeah, should be good. All right, nice and centered. All right. So now that we are back in action, let me just make sure I got everything taken care of here. We're going to close the game, an old version of the game anyway. Update to our current version on pre-release so that if we push to pre-release later, we're good to go. Okay, let me now reveal to you the Kit Bash. I worked on a version of the more Tothra graphic that now looks very different, of course, but I'm not fully satisfied with everything about it. And I've thought a lot. I've thought a lot about what this guy really ought to look like. And I kind of feel like probably the best way to do this is just to go ahead and delete the oh my god, why are there so many clones? I don't know what it's for right now. Whatever. Okay, so basically, I feel like maybe without arms, we can go ahead and hide the armature for the moment. It looks pretty funky without arms, actually. Oh, didn't like that. Whatever I was doing. It looks very top heavy, but I did expand the back quite a bit, so maybe we just need to adjust the pose here. If we go ahead and edit the pose, we are on frame 0 after all. It does not seem as if my pose is doing anything. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that will definitely make it feel a little bit different now, won't it? It's hard to imagine without that, but it is literally just going to be like headbutting you. So I think that's pretty neat for a defender. Like, it's not really meant to be a very big defense, right? What's up, Solstice? Rotating those front legs forward 30 to 45 degrees. Rotating this graphic is kind of obnoxious because it's already rotated 45 degrees. But I guess I can do... Oh, I did not need that. Be in object mode. And then I can do what you're asking me to do. What does set to 0 mean? He doesn't need the arms, dude. Look at him. He's based. I'm supposed to do something with these legs. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yeah, I guess I should just leave it like that. I don't know if it will. I assumed it would affect the render, so I didn't, but maybe it's fine. Oh, I think I see what you're meaning. Something like this? Yeah, because then it kind of stabilizes it towards the front, right? So interesting. Yeah, that really helps. I think the base, if you will, like this part, probably still does need to be a bit bigger though. Just because otherwise it does feel it's like it's a little bit less. Tournament prize pool open. What we have right now going on are show matches, Alexander. Or I'm used to calling you by your name. Knight of the Realm. Sorry. No doxing. I mean, who said that? It wasn't Knight of the Realm. It was Alexander. So we do have show match prize pools open. Like, you can donate to those specifically anytime. Or you can donate specifically to the Acropolis 4 prize pool, and I'll just keep it aside until that's open. You can do that through the Streamlabs. Well, I guess it wouldn't be. Streamlabs like is going to think you're donating it to the stream. But if you do it to PayPal at Pernigo, or if you do it through the coffee page, either one works. I will receive it either way. That's probably the easier way to do it. But yeah. The show matches, each one of them costs about like $200 for the three. If we're inviting 3 pros over, I'm setting the price at $200. If we're just doing a 2 like head-to-head, 2 pros, then it's $150. Acropolis 4 is tentatively March of 2026, because by then the Escozi will be out, so people can play as the 4th race. I kind of like the little antenna that I made here, but they're also not very large. So, I guess I can. Solstice, please avert your eyes. Do not look. I made these in the most obnoxious way possible. Alright, we'll just... Might be a little bit nicer. No, I didn't do anything to the leg bones. I only changed the resting pose of the chest, and it is creating some weirdness here, which is unfortunate, but it's also creating weirdness in a sense that I don't know. Like, I don't know if anybody's going to notice that, you know what I mean? Just scale it up a little bit. Might be a little bit less weird. Kind of still the weird, but... The head blocks that from the camera view, so it's I guess it's fine. That's whatever. What should I do exactly? Oh, I see what you're talking about. You're talking about the bones themselves. Okay. Well, I can probably just do it like I did before, right? Oh, I see. They're going to do something different. I guess I'll pick one of these bones. No. These have probably been... I guess I have to do the multi. Maybe I have to do them independently. Yeah, I'll just do active. Is there a problem with doing it this way? Is this fine? The first join is in the one at the edge, and then do... Or I guess it's over here. No, it doesn't... It doesn't look like that really did much. Probably did it. Something incorrect. All right, that does make a lot of sense to do. So thank you for letting me know to do that, because that makes the walk cycle look better. Cool. I guess maybe I should change where this is as well. Put it back. All right, let's see what happens when we render this bad boy out. We're going to just output the main graphic, and then I'll output the shadow after that. I appreciate you walking me through that part, Solstice. Rotating the legs definitely made it better. Pushing my idea to push like the core of it back also feels good. Making the antenna parts a little bit better, or a bit more out there, is interesting. So hopefully that looks good. This guy's a little bit bigger than the Mortothra core as well, so reset the scores here. Actually, what should I cast tomorrow for my first game? Oh shit, that's 3. It took me a sec to remember what that means. 3 by Cotter, like an otter. All right, I'm going to grab some of these replays between Doglived and Jaculansky, since those look good. Rematch of the Battlement stage, believe it or not. That's pretty interesting. All right, those are the only replays from today that were uploaded. So I can actually start working through this backlog of ridiculous amounts of replays I still have to cast. That's good. That's good. Jimmy Jamboree and the Neblime BO5. Yeah, the FFA should definitely be done at some point. I think we'll start with Jack Doglived, because that's like an exciting matchup that I haven't seen a lot of yet recently. Yeah. I feel like I said I was going to cast a different set of games tomorrow, earlier today already, so I'm trying to remember what those might be. Oh, I casted these already? These are probably cute PvP games. Oh, the Ramen Newt games. I think I wanted to cast those at some point. All right, so that's like, I think our backlog priority kind of goes like Jack Doglived, Ramen Newt, the FFA. There is also the Shambler Neblime BO5. Where? I think I noted that as a BO5. Yeah, right here, RVR BO5. That's a good one. That was also before all the changes, though, I think. Trying to organize another FFA. Let's see if we're done rendering. I feel like we are. Yep, it's good. I don't know why this blood stuff keeps happening. I guess it's probably for the death animation, but I'm not a fan. Also, it won't match anyway. All right, let's go ahead and take a look at our... Let's take a look at our in-game graphic. The blood is showing all the time, which is... it's spooky, and it could probably be used for a blood summon tactic, but I don't want that. That does not work. Why doesn't it just recursively delete inside a container? Why is that not a thing? Can I not do that? Delete hierarchy. Okay. Note, I will note that there is no... There's nothing that lets me do that as like a hotkey or anything. Keyboard shortcut. On the programming side, for what we have to do with this guy, it's honestly not that difficult to implement him because the code already exists for his passive in the game. I did a little bit of work already on the code additions here, so I think our only like implementation details, besides obviously like coding his animations based on the... Did I already start the Agrolith? I don't think so, yeah. We're going to take a look at the more Toth record. We're just going to end up copying this guy. Oh, that's definitely the wrong image ID, though. Good thing I have high words per minute. My APM might be in question. Zerg unit names per minute is definitely not. So we're going to need to define the graphic entry. This is 2065 for the Agrolith. 1020 there. Oh, yeah, but we have to do the... We're actually going to have to add more sprite entries, which is pretty easy. We just define a new max length. I forget actually how to do that. Yeah, set amount. We'll do that at some point. Probably not on stream, though. And if we go to the agrolith itself, graphics should point to 570.
Zerg here.
Hell yeah, there's Zerg here. Yeah, it probably is keybindable. $50. I don't want to add that. Maybe that could be like a thing you could actually pay money to play instead of it being pay Gamba winnings to play, you know?
We are Legion!
Gambler getting the most out of his minerals on the soundboard. I will add more soundboard stuff at some point, but... Oh, I did not re-render the main graphic. I re-rendered the shadow. Well, I rendered the shadow. I didn't even have that before. All right, let's go to... For this one, I'm probably going to put it as Mortothricore instead of Agrolith, and we're just going to not have a custom corpse for this one yet. Yeah. Apparently remnants. It would definitely be nice to have a birth animation. I can do 19.
I am a hero!
I'm gonna have to lower the volume for that. It's not probably that bad on the stream, but it's very loud for me. Okay, we've just about done our renders here. I actually don't know how the birth animation works. Like, what even does the birth animation point to? Oh. Classic. Okay. Birth animation is frames 49 to 50, apparently. Oh. I guess that's probably fine. Yeah, seems fine. I don't know if it's automatically composited into the egg or not. I can't actually remember if we had that set up, but... Third birth. Sure, we'll try that. I got some icon stuff that I got to do as well. All right, let's make sure that our Agroleth is working. Oh yeah, I guess we could probably do the remains then. Maybe we actually don't need to bother with this, like, whack thing. Yeah, it's probably not super distinctive, but at least it'll match. Check the birth. Oh, it kind of does pop out, like, appropriately, too. That's really awesome. Dude, Solstice is such a G. The fact that he hooked us up with that. That would be so time-consuming to do manually otherwise. Big ups, dude. All right. So we're going to get our guy into the game, and we'll close Blender for the time being, because we don't need it up anywhere else. Yeah. Main, corpse, shadow, birth, everything looking good. We'll go ahead and save this. Oh, actually, we can delete these two entries, believe it or not. We don't actually need them. I made them without realizing I didn't need some of them. So we're good there. Let's go to here and... Units, that change. I'm sure we have, like, flingies, right? Let's go ahead and reopen our file now. We had to do that so that it would refresh the list of graphics we can point to. Fortunately, not something that we've organized a fix for just yet. And images is already open down here. Okay, so now we can go ahead and pick our Agroleth changes. There we go. And it's already cooked up as far as everything is concerned there. Back to here. I'm going to say maybe 22 boxes and 6 vertical position, just slightly lower. I don't think we need to jump a selection circle change. We'll test it. We'll see how it looks, and then I guess I'll change up some of that stuff. So. Okay. I did change the stats a little bit from what it was before. Let's go ahead and grab the Zorius change, I guess. Yeah. That one. Although our icon is a little bit different, we can actually pop open VS Code, which is what I'm using for managing the website files. Image ID 340. Use that instead. Label doesn't matter because we don't use that anymore. And it says our damage is supposed to be 15 with a 1 attack speed. Oh, okay. Thank you, Knight of the Realm. I appreciate that. I'm not going to do too much. I will definitely put it forward towards that. So, like, that'll fund the next show match, or part of it the next show match, right? So, I actually meant to go and take a look at it, but I was in the middle of something, so let me take a look at the support. Oh, very nice. Yeah, that'll definitely go a long way. That more than pays for, like, an appearance fee for one of the pros. So the way that the show matches work is that for the pros, they get... at first we were doing $30 guaranteed. We're going to go down to 20 because now we realize that they'll still join for 20, and it's not like an insult to them. It just means that we can actually do this more often. So in a way, it's actually more money for them if they want to do that, if they're participating a lot, like Zeke is or whatever. So we're looking at $20 for the appearance fee now, going forward. For this one that's coming up, I had already promised them $30, so I'm not going to change it on them. But $20 appearance fee for future pros. So, and then they get a certain amount of money per map that they win. The number of maps that they win will do that. So, yeah, it's pretty good. Let's see. This is Agrileth's. Wait, what is it? Massive mandible? Call that. All right, I feel like the, not that the unit size means anything anymore, but I feel like that's probably a pretty good spot. We can give it a little bit more acquisition range. Should make a series of Cosmonarchy-themed candles. I bet people would buy that. I'd buy some. Probably my girlfriend would buy some. Candles are epic. You are epic. And then I... I'm trying to think if there's... Oh, I know. Yeah, unit names. Is Agrileth even listed already? It is. Cool. And then... I don't think I have Agrileth strings in here yet, so we'll say... So we use the base card on the larva has Droleth, Rillarokor, Ovaleth right now. So I know D is off limits. I think V is for Ovaleth. I'm going to put G as Agrileth. 5, 6, 7. Oh, Othsteleth is also there, and the Rillarokor. So this should definitely... The Othsteleth should definitely be, like, 5, since it's a tier 2 thing, and Rillarokor is... I think Rillarokor is fine on 4, because it's a military unit. And then we're just going to make a new entry here, and we're going to say it is the Agrileth. And we are looking at string 5, 6, 7. 827 is the string when something is not allowed. It has no tech requirement. That's if it's like a disabled in a map settings or whatever. Okay. And for our command card ID for this guy, we're going to be doing something funny, something kind of funky. For some reason, the Agrileth gives me horse vibes. Or maybe like Antlion from Half-Life. I don't know. It has to do with Micken. I love Night of the Realm. Oh shit. That's a pretty sick rhyme, honestly. I just remembered I have to pop on some music. Can you guys believe I haven't been listening to music this whole time? Okay. Let's see here. I feel like the Agrolith as it is, defined wise, I'm trying to think if I'm missing anything, because I know I have the string or whatever. Let's go back to the unit page. Okay, let's go to stat.txt. We're going to find plethaural. We have a new tooltip for it. Okay, and then we look at the Gosvaleth passive. I don't think this is here. Yeah. So we're going to say... I don't know what the fuck goes on there, dude, honestly. And just make sure I didn't bust something. Radiant Rifts, which is down here. No, that's supposed to be down here. Okay, whatever. I fixed it. Four 6-2 is going to be the new Gosvaleth passive, so we'll go ahead and find that. Alright. Alright, so this is going to be kind of interesting. We're going to do 536. Defining the Agrolith's command card right now. One of the things that we have to keep in mind is that it doesn't gather or return resources, and it doesn't have a mutation just yet. We'll keep this here in case we want it to turn into something later, but it won't be shown to the players. It has the ability to make Zerg in basic and advanced buildings as expected, and it can burrow. So that leaves us with... we want to give it... Patrol, hold position, which we couldn't give the Ogun because there's some other issues. And then we do have one slot for it to have the ability to show its passive. Only problem is that there's not really an easy way for us to have it turn into the structure that we want. So maybe what we decide to do is make it so that the, instead of burrowing, it can't burrow, but it can still turn into the structure that we want to have it be. It's going to be the only Zerg ground unit that can't burrow. Every other one can, like Ultra Cores can burrow and everything. So that's a little bit of a weird one to not have for this guy. But I guess the trade-off is okay. Like, it turns into an outpost or whatever. So, I don't know. Initially, I wasn't even going to have the turn into an outpost feature for the agrolith, but I decided I want to try implementing it. I think I can imagine a tech way to do it, a technical way to implement it, so I kind of want to try that. So that means that we just got to copy over the plethora gestation key here and put that on slot 6. Yeah, that's why I said it's the only Zerg ground unit that can't burrow. Burrow itself be a mobile mining outpost? Well, Jujic, I don't want it to be able to walk right up to the resources and burrow. Like, I could probably, although I wouldn't know how to do this right now, but I could probably explore a way to make it technically possible that a burrowed agrolith is a return. Actually, I can think. I can think of a way to make that work, but then I have no way to enforce that it's away from the resources. Yeah, Mafios, like I said, it is a bit weird to not burrow. I guess you'd be able to make it burrow. So there's like a way that I can preserve burrow in a genuine sense, which would be to add if we go into the game in a moment. I guess I'll launch pre-release so it doesn't start building the update on me. So the way that we could make it still be able to burrow is if we had the agrolith's mutation available in the building command card, right? Like, we could do that. We could put it down here in the bottom right. Or I guess up here in the top left of advanced, but probably bottom right. So maybe that's what we do. Because it's nice to be able to burrow, in my opinion. I thought about a Protoss, like, factional Solarian, which is our name for the carrier, where you would garrison air units into it and they would become the fighters. I don't know about that, though. That's, like, pretty difficult to implement, I think. I think the agrolith is 302. Let me double check. Oh, I closed PyDat, so I cannot check. Oh, I can check in GPT. Yep, go to unit ID. I don't memorize unit IDs all the time, but that's one that I was just working with, so that's why it was easy to do that. Yeah, that's the only reason why. I just don't have enough buttons. That comes up more often than you would think. Agrolith. Okay, so that will take care of our business there for allowing it to use those orders. All right, now we have to find everything that includes the Droleth requirement. And we have to duplicate this and say... You know, someday I hope we have 3002 units, but we don't have that many yet. Okay, cool. Looks like we are good to go there. All right, so now we can make all of the structures that we need to make with workers. That'll be good. And what else do we have? So this is going to turn into a different, passive called Aberrant Gestation. But we haven't actually programmed that in yet, so it'll just be a little bit wonky. Is the Gosweleth's icon still the same for its passive? Yeah. Oh no. It looks like we used... We can't use this icon on the unit that has the same icon for building, so that's definitely not going to work. What do you mean turn a unit into the build menu? That's for the Agrolith turning into an outpost, so it's still a construction. It just... The thing that it's breaking convention of is you don't get the Agrolith back after you make that unit because it's transforming it into something. So that's a little bit jank right now, but we'll figure that part out later. We're just going to implement the first part of the unit, which is the unit itself, of course. I mean, it's not bad. It's just that the unit right now, it's unlike the other Zerg workers. When you use this unit, you get the worker back after you finish building. That's its, like, specialty. It's a construction specialist, if you will. So you don't get the unit back because it turns into the outpost, and you just turn it back into an Agrolith after for free. There's a time cost associated with it, but that's about it. So it's just a little bit wonky, that's all. I'm going to quickly grab the ID for the Mortothra core, which is 319. We're going to go ahead and grab these. 2. We don't have a proper wireframe for this guy yet, but we are going to go ahead and pop in a... we're going to go ahead and use the Mortothra core wireframe as a placeholder. Oh yeah, I forgot it does that. I was already here. Easy. I'm using File Pilot instead of Windows Explorer, and it is way better, but there are still some issues that they have to work through, which is totally fair, considering the... It's like 0.28 or something is the version right now. It's not out of beta. Pretty nice. Yes, they did. They made it very slow. This is instantaneous. When I do Control E here to activate this list, it is instantly showing me almost 5,000 files. So try doing that with Microsoft Explorer. I'll wait, and I'll be waiting a bit. What is this? Okay, that's going to be what we use for the... This is going to be our graphic that we use to make the icon with. Command icon. I should get StarCraft 2 Diamond League players for a show match. You know what? You might be right about that. I don't know any Diamond Leaguers, though, so... What race does Pete... What race does that guy even play, anyway? Cast it with Hapsea. I should have Hapsea fight... Even though Hapsea is better at StarCraft 2 than and also knows Cosmonarchy more. I just think it would be really funny if he walks in, plays a little bit, and beats Hapsea because Zergo P, you know what I mean? That would really make my day, honestly. That'd be so good. So this is going to be unit icons 302. And then we're going to turn it into a production icon for our production thing. Florencio. I feel like I know that name, but I can't really tell you if I do or not. Yeah, I don't really... the only StarCraft 2 I watch is whatever goes on Uthermal's channel. I'll eventually take a look at. That's about it, though, for me. And I don't always watch his second channel stuff either. I just don't have the time. I barely watch anything these days, honestly. I wake up, I spend time with my lady in the morning, and then sometimes I eat breakfast. I didn't even do that today, so I'm going to eat my first proper meal. And I had like a couple of snacks or whatever, but I'm going to eat my first proper meal at like 6 p.m. today or whatever. So today was like a funny day because of that. But, I stream 5-6 hours, and then I take a walk, I come back, I do something else. We do donor-exclusive streams for people who are subscribed on the Coffee page on a monthly basis. I did that yesterday before bed. I also will do D&D development because I'm running a premium D&D, a couple premium D&D campaigns over the weekends, so I do prep for that on stream. So that's my day-to-day these days. And hopefully it stays that way, honestly. If we can keep the money flowing in that way with the donations and stuff, that'll be a very solid amount of work I can do. Yeah, one thing that they definitely need to add in this program is Control-Z. Does not work. I have to go back and find that. I can copy-paste it here and do... Oh, no. What the fuck? Oh, no. Oh, I think I saved it as a PNG or something. Well, that was silly of me. I just saved these as BMP instead. Yeah, I tried to reach out to Up a Tree, and he seemed interested, but he thought that the StarCraft 1 guys were just going to annihilate him, so I don't think he was down for that. But I did... Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. I definitely... I would definitely be down to have like a more like streamer stuff, even if they're not like the greatest players of all time, right? I think that's fine. Cosplayers, sound effects, and lasers? No. There's no cameras. It's just the view of the virtual tabletop. We all play remotely. But it's a lot of homebrew stuff. It's like a custom setting. Everybody's playing like custom races or class changes or whatever, for the most part. Our next one is a little bit more vanilla, but we have like a kobold race that I homebrewed a bunch of stuff into. Do we have any totally new races in that campaign? I don't think so. We have 2 kobolds, 2 humans, a Kenku, and a high elf. So that's actually the most vanilla campaign that we have in terms of the modding that I've done to it. So it definitely took more effort to kit bash the Agroleth than some of the the Terran and Protoss kit bashes I've done, but I would say I do think it was worth the effort. So at the end of the day, it looks pretty different. Plus, Solstice taught me a few things. So not that I think we're suddenly in the promised land where I can generate a bunch of graphics out of what I got, but I can at least do a couple of things like that. I do want to do a kit bash of the Lyrilisc into the Sikrilisk or something like that. So we'll see about that one. But definitely something I'm game to keep trying. Okay. Okay. I think that means we are ready to push this up to the website. So we'll see what they say there. How's the unit tester map work? How to activate the buttons? Right now, I think you have to move the units over the proper areas in order to activate them. If you're wondering how to get units in there, you have to use the console, which is F12 by default. You can just type spawn whatever. In single player, it lets you do that. In single player, but not in campaign missions, because we disabled the cheats in the campaign. Because you must use skill to beat even the tutorials, noob. Wink wonk. I knew somebody would read. How to start the fight? I'll show you. I have to launch the game anyway to see how good the... Oh, the agroliths won't have the right script. I just realized, so I gotta change that up. But if I go to... Let's see. I don't even know where I put that. Unit tester. Okay. So we have spawn your units here. Spawn enemy units here, right? And so we spawn 0, 12. Do the same on that side. So we have move units to scene. Moving units. This is toggle attack move. So enemy will not attack move. Now enemy will attack move. And then we have start fight. So now the enemy attack moves into me, so I can respond real quick. And then I won, and everything gets killed. Then we have different scenes you can do. So if you want to play on the derelict matchup, or the ministry's in the middle, next fight will be on derelict, and it shows you where the spawners are. So then you can play on there. Start fight. And then it bugs because I think I must have pranked something there. Classic move. I lost. Can you believe it? Oh, I lost because I didn't move units to scene. That's why. I had no units, therefore I lose. I guess there should be a draw option. Eventually it should have like readouts of features or whatever. Like oh, you did this much damage, but we don't have the tech for that right now. But we'll do that later. Yeah, you're welcome. I think it was Biddy Bee who bountied that actually. I can't remember, but good stuff. I'm sure a lot of people have used it quite a bit. There it is, the agrolith. All right. Now it's there on the website, but again, we have to adjust some iScripting here. Oh, we also have to actually package our grafting together. Let's go to iScript Zerg. What do you mean by IDs? If you're talking about like the number you type in sometimes when you need to type in like Zealot is 65 or whatever instead of those, because there's 2 Zealot entries, so it'll be like, that's not the, you need to be more specific. Trying to think, what do the map makers use these days? I guess you can probably just use the GPTP unit entry. Hold on, I'll show you. So I'll drop a link, you can like bookmark it or whatever. We go to Brood War, enumerations, unit ID. Yeah. Try clicking here. And then you can just run a search for like Zealot. And there's Protoss Zealot, 65. I think there's like a fancier document somebody else made a while ago. I don't know if it's still up to date though, so I just link people that. That's like the Phoenix Zealot hero from the original game. I left a note saying what the unit IDs used to be if I cannibalized them for other purposes. That's all that is. Feel free to ignore the things in the comments. Anything with 2 slashes in front of it is a comment, so you can ignore that. Okay, so we have 1735 is the actual image ID here. So we're going to go ahead and copy this down to here. And looks like we're doing 831 for the entry there. Let's go down to Agrolith. Defining the iScript ID so it knows which code to run. I think everything else is fine as it is. And the shadow is going to be 2066 with the image entry itself being 2065. Yeah, I think we're good. Oh, the low sprawl for the remnants. I have to go to the rights file. 1021. And then in GPTP, we have to define under sprite ID. We have to define the entry for the corpse. I can't remember where the sprite ID is corpse thing is defined, so we're going to go ahead and find out which file it's in. But apparently it is not actually defined there. So. Okay. Maybe I would have done something like that if I had made the game from scratch. But that's not even how Blizzard ordered it. Blizzard had like Zerg and Protoss units mixed in with Terran and stuff, so I wasn't going to bother trying to adhere to a convention like that. Since the base game didn't. And reorganizing unit IDs is really involved, so it's not like I can just do it in an afternoon or something. It would lead to a lot of bugs that I wouldn't get until way later, so it's not really worth the squeeze there on the juice. Alright, let's go ahead and compile our iScript. Let's make sure we did everything correctly on that. Oh, I guess one thing we forgot to do is adjust the attack animation. If you spawned a tank turret, which is what I think that is, it will crash the game, yeah. Does it in Starcraft 1 as well. If you pre-place a tank turret, it just crashes the game immediately. We haven't bothered fixing that because that's just user error, right? Look at this guy go. Alright, he needs a command card. He doesn't have that yet. We'll speed him up a little bit. I guess in tandem with this Agrolith change, we should probably program in and define in the Gosvaleth change so that the two aren't like overshadowing each other. Yeah, so you don't want to don't want to spawn turrets without the base. If you spawn the base, it'll spawn the turret, but not the other way around. It's just the way the game's programmed. Maybe we could try to make it the opposite or something, but I could probably move a little bit faster. Let's make sure that we implemented the passive correctly. There he is. He's back. Yeah, that's the Goliath turret. You're having a good time spawning turrets, I see. Yeah, he doesn't harvest resources, so it's fine for him to be big. But I think you should move a little bit faster than that. I guess if he moves a little bit faster, his weapon might actually be useful. I don't know if I want that too much. Yeah, I think without the arms, it works out really well as like a low danger unit. I was speeding the game up, Vilius, so that I could get it. Gosvaleth skipped the base strain of the structure, so you can make circuits, Larvosks, Kaffirlosks, Scathdeluxe directly. So. But Gosvaleths do get consumed by the construction, so your advanced stuff there regresses into a Gosvaleth. The unit is the base. Internally, the Goliath is like just the Goliath base, and the turret is a subunit added onto it. It's not really like a full unit properly. Blizzard implemented it in a weird way. Yeah, this guy makes the buildings, and oh, I guess that's something we didn't test. Is that the Agroleth needs to when you make like this and then it dies, compared to like when you make it with a Droleth, you shouldn't get it back. So I'm gonna check a couple of cases here. Actually, I'm gonna check. I'm gonna check just killing it, and then I'm also gonna see what happens when you. Yeah, okay. So you get a Droleth back right now, so that's a bug we gotta fix. And then I'm also gonna check if you UK. Yeah, that just kills it outright. So I didn't want to test with that because it wasn't gonna be the right thing. You get access to them at the base of the first frame of the game, Alex. So whatever you want, you decide. They're a bit pricey. It's actually cheaper to get them than on the website. It's a 150, 100, but you don't, and they have less health as a result of me cutting the gas cost. Less health, less armor, 353, and their weapon was adjusted as well. I should go ahead and update that here. Its weight is 10, which is what I set it to, so that's accurate. Because the original entry was Hero Guy Montag, and now it's Apostle. It was a Hero Firebat. I just replaced it because I wasn't using the heroes. We didn't... I wouldn't have replaced any entries if I could have helped it, except for before, when we started developing Cosmonarchy 8 years ago, we didn't have a unit stat extender. So we only had 228 unit entries. So we had to eat so many other unit entries as a result. So... now we can slowly re-implement stuff if people want it or whatever, but... that's just a casualty of developing in a closed source environment where we have to memory hack every improvement that we make to the engine. Not ideal. Okay. Yeah, I can. The turrets for that was like easy. You just replace the entries. You figure out where the hard code is for those entries, and then you just delete them. All right, that's better. Might be a little bit cost prohibitive right now to use the Agrolith, but that's all right. We'll figure it out. I'm sure Hit 'em Up will try to kill somebody with them, and he'll probably succeed because it's Hit 'em Up. Swap the order on this. Yeah, he's like that. Well, with the Agrolith finished up, that does make Tier 1 look very flush for Zerg for the first time probably ever. I guess I'll make a couple of tweaks as well while I'm on the subject. Let's write some patch notes, lads. Maybe I don't really bother changing anything about the scrapyard, honestly. I think it's probably fine as it is. I mean, I think I'll roll back the build time nerf on the Blackjack. It was 16 earlier. I think the changes to it when it came to the weapon range for movement speed feel much better anyway, so it's probably fine that they can be slammed out. I'm glad that you got to see it play its animation before it decided to explode your game. Talus Jim's weapon bag. Never. I can't. It's not allowed. I think what I will do, though, is I'll finally cave and move the... move these guys up to, let's see, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. To tier 1 for easier easier check, easier look. It is going to be pretty crowded down there, but whatever. I think I have to do 6 here, right? Yeah. Well, it is. All right, let's see if we did that correctly, because we might have missed something. This is Talos. Okay. Keyboard, it is a Logitech keyboard. I'll try to get you the model. G413 full size mechanical keyboard. Yeah, critters are in the game again. I re-implemented them under new unit IDs later on. People don't really bother putting them in maps, but maybe they will later. Oh, I guess for that change, I should also bring the guild hall down to tier 2. It's just it's a fake unit that doesn't actually exist for anything, except the game needs a unit ID to look up a button set. Blizzard did a really good job with this engine. Wink. Not really. And we haven't bothered coming up with a solution to that. It's easier and quicker to just work within the stupid confines. Let's see, this is 0 now. Brindle is 1. 2. We're gonna add a 4th unit out of the mantle at some point, but that's for later. That means that the dilettante is 0. Silver tongue is 3. And Gog is 'cause that's 3. This is 2. 7th step is 1. There you go. All right, I think I've corrected everything. Now I can go ahead and upload. Starcraft 2 engine for Cosmonarchy 2. Yeah, we're gonna have our own engine. That's the only way. Veek's actually been working on an engine. I don't know if we're still gonna call it Antikythera or not, but he has been working on an engine more recently, so. Okay. That's a little bit cleaner. Yeah, I feel like these are fine changes to quickly tweak and make. We'll go ahead and pop open the Savant. 5 phalanx. Time cost of 30 now. Covenant is now... Oh, it was never updated in the first place, apparently. $103.50, 704 armor, evidently. 40-second time cost. $150, 50, 30-second time cost. Yeah, should be good. Yeah. All right, that's accurate as well. Okay. Did we change anything else? Just the Vestry Covenant. Oh, Blackjack build time is the other thing. Good. Blackjack. All right, I feel like we're in a pretty good spot now to just focus a little bit on the Gosvaleth. Let me check the time. Yeah, okay, we're still good on time as well. I can work for another about half an hour before I start thinking about dinner. Kinetiras, Greek for engine. That's pretty funny. The mechanism. I don't know, there's something kind of epic about the mechanism. Depending on how you say it, of course. It's just hard. It's kind of hard to say what it is. Like, if we talk about Antikythera or Kinetiras, you could think about it as like, oh, that's a term for the engine. But if we just call it, hey guys, this new update to the mechanism brings you some cool features. Like, I have to say the engine, our engine, the mechanism. You know what I mean? I guess probably not really. People would figure out what I'm talking about over time. So it's not really that big of a deal. The engine. Yeah. That's basically what I am saying. But it's in a different language, so it's epic. Don't you know? It used to be a... there's a bunch of deprecated unit IDs that you'll find there that don't exist anymore. The Automaton Register used to train idols and golems, and then I consolidated them onto the lattice. So you don't have to train build two different structures or whatever. You could probably find out, like, any questions you have, you could probably just search the master changelog and find, like, references to stuff like that. Because it goes back several years. Alright, let's do some changes. What up, Neutron? Welcome. I hope you're doing well. So we're going to go to new requirements here, and we are going to find Gosvala. That's fine. That's fine. Okay. So what we're going to be doing here is we're going to swap this out for Kafralosk. Kafralosk will be a tier 3 thing. Oh yeah, I guess we shouldn't do that right now. What we should do is we should say for tier 3, we know it's going to be Gathalosk. We know it's going to be Izigrazant. I'm trying to think of any other tier 3 things that... I guess tier 3 things eventually would be like the Begrazoth Barrow and the Kethrost Keep, so we can indicate those as well. Big Rawsith. Oh. All right, so these require tier 3, and then if we go to tier 2, we go for not Oxel Season because that's a third string mutation. We can do Nidus, Zerg Nidus Season. We can do Taz Roll Haunt, Chokrol Chazal, and I'll make it center. Yeah. I just noticed a problem with the website real quick. Variclis. Probably didn't say that right, but that's all right. Onvalisk, suborder 0. That K-Recore is 3. Not really, though. 4. K-Recore for 4. Is Thraithaleth for 5. Kistrakor for 6. Okay. No, buttons within buttons. What's up, Helios? Welcome. Let's see. I cleaned that area up. That's nice. I guess technically the Scree Recore is actually implemented, but its passive is not. Swarming, or the corrosive pathogen part of it is not. I guess that's pretty easy to implement though, so whatever. Okay, I think what we'll do now... Yep, that's expected because it needs to leave behind an aquifer for the game to work. Like, I guess we could probably... It's not a bug. That's what I'll say. All right, so now technically it is implemented. The Scree Records this thing, so that's not a lie. Weapon was never deleted, so that's fine. And yeah, so we can mark the Scree Record itself as implemented, even though the passive is not. And it doesn't come out of the unit that it says it comes out of right now, but it does come out of a hero. It does exist in the game. You can spawn it. You just can't train it from the larva or anything. Anyway, let's see. So for the Gosvaleth, as it is right now, we've done a little bit of requirements work. I think that's it for tier 2. Enjoy your dishes, sir. Let's go to tier 1 and start adding this in. So this is Larvosk, Circuith, Spaith, Z-Truth. Okay, that's actually everything that we need to define here. We can go ahead and copy this list, find our button sets. Oh, interesting. I guess they don't need the button set code here because it just works magically. Hopefully that's the case as well later. Oh yeah, we're coming up on the last chance to support the stream, since we'll be closing in about a half an hour. So if you want to send in any more donations towards our donation goal, feel free to do so. Streamlabs.com/Pronogo. Support is appreciated, helps me do more streams in the future. All right. On the website, we can go to the Gosveleth itself. Yeah, Francisco Gasca is from a campaign I made a long time ago. Same for Stralium and Tuzor. So now we know this makes Larvosk Cesium. Oh, I guess technically it should be able to make the Oths to lava form. That's funny. I didn't think about that one. Make tier 3 for you directly. Oh. Oh, we did not include Calf for a Losk here. So that's something we gotta do. Yeah, dude. It doesn't have EMP. It has a grenade that stuns. He's actually pretty powerful, but there's no campaign missions with him. It's just it's like a UMS thing, or somebody can make like a custom mode with him or whatever if they want to. Hell yeah, brother. And when he attacks, he refreshes the duration of debuff, so he can keep enemies stunned and locked down for a while. Yeah, lobotomy grenade. Well, no, he had a different. I think it was just called stun grenade in the original campaign. I just adapted his armaments, like naming conventions and his abilities and stuff. I adapted all of that into the like I adapted that kind of thing into the game a bit differently. So. Like now it's part of the lore of Cosmonarchy, or embedded more in Cosmonarchy's stuff. Well, that seems correct on the website. That's nice. Let's do... so we've done the new requirements. I actually don't really know if there's much else to do besides obviously defining a button set for it. So let's go to advanced. We have to define new command cards as well. Zerg basic buildings. Yeah. Yeah, basic Zerg buildings. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and grab these two, and we are going to go to start, and we're going to define new button sets. This is 537 and 538. Mutations, set of structures, or whatever. Okay. That means we need 2 new unit IDs. Probably ones that we're already not using to point to these. I don't know what unit ID 288 is. Oh, that's because it's null entry. Oh, 288. 288. Yeah, the Parthenon, it's an unused unit. Same for these. Future Station. Still one of my favorite ones ever. I still can't believe some people are spending money in monthly payments to DoorDash. Like financing their... You know? I don't think it does anything if you're not in game. Because like the game code for loading units and stuff doesn't exist at that point. It's not initialized. Would be kind of epic to be running around with Mavericks in the main menu, though. Burrito financing. I can't handle it. Get me out. I will not finance the burrito. Oh yeah, that reminds me. I was supposed to go and update some... Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Well, I gotta go and add a new tab. I don't even know how to do that anymore. Oh, I see. The plus icon does not exist if... What? What? Now it exists? I'm so confused. Yeah. We're back, boys. We're back. Hey, welcome back. We're going to quickly whip up some icons, that's all. Let's grab a passive icon, though. So. Yo, what's going on here? Oh, that's the preview. False alarm. Yeah, the doors are, the traps and the doors are all stuff that were made as units. So, that's why the pathing of the doors gets in the way of units. It's kind of silly. Alright, I need to go and grab... Okay. Alright, I think we are good to go here and pull the site. Yeah, the Gosvaleth is just in need of button set stuff, so we're going to go ahead and try to configure those real quick. As we saw on the website itself, we're now up to date with all the things that it makes. So now we can go ahead and grab the, for example, the Larvosk Cesiant. We just have to take 131 and find the proper unit ID for the Larvosk. It's 216. Just replace it here. We can also, of course, find the ID, icon ID, and the string ID. And we should also, once again, grab our string ID for disabled, which is 827. I wish I had made that something a bit more easy to remember, but... okay, so that's Larvosk, and then we have Circuith. Which is... Hey, thank you, Mafios. I feel like it's pretty good. Cosmonarchy is really neat, and it, as one of our longtime players and mappers and donors has been saying recently on the server, on our Discord server, it doesn't have to replace, there's no reason it has to replace Starcraft 1 for people, you know what I mean? So, which I think is very true. Actually, Larvask is 4, and then we've got 1 Circuith, 2 Spraith. Oh, I see. It's actually 1, 4, 6. We'll double check all of these, but I think this is all set. And then we just make an entry for the Khaz'trith next. No way to give yourself resources through the console right now. I don't believe. I feel like maybe I came up with a command for that, honestly. I don't remember. Okay, so we've done this. We know Nida Cesian is going to be delayed or locked behind tier 2, so we're going to have that in the advanced category. So we're going to come back to that one. What else does it make a tier 1? Those 4. And then we have Vornath, Ski-backed, Ulgorg for tier 1. So we would do 7... Give Masons... Yeah, Smarty. Spawn Mason. Already knows what's up. Alright. So we have Vornath Pond, and then we have... Ski-backed Scab, Ulgorg Cavern. Oops. Yeah, unless we run out of space in the next command card, I think this is it. Delete that entry. 789. Our icon IDs are Vornath Pond 555. And then Ski-backed is 397 for the ID. And Ulgorg. Okay. All right, so we're in a good spot there. Let's pop into advanced mutations. Our first entry will be the Nidus. So we'll go ahead and find that. I can't just copy and paste between these because they have different categories of like thing that they're doing, so I have to be a little bit more judicious than that. And so, okay, so this is Nidus Cesium. You'll notice that it says building morph here and then create building here, and those are very different functions. So yeah, it would definitely be wacky. Oh, a lot of Watchpoint games. People are either really liking that map or just decided to entertain me. Very nice of them. Okay. So that's the Nidus. Let's double check what else we got here. The Othsol should actually be moved to behind the Azigrazant. Or no, never mind. That's actually correct. The The Kafralosk should actually be our second entry, not or our first entry here. So we're going to do that. Kafralosk. Six, 2, 4, 6. 1, 3, 2. Okay. I guess I should kind of think a little bit about this, laying it out in my head real quick. So if slot 1 is Kafralosk and slot 2 is Nidus, then slots 3, 4, 5 would need to be... Just thinking about all the other things that we have to add, right? So we have to add Gaftalosk as Ziggurazin, which are utility. We still have to add Tozrol, Chokeroll, yeah, Tonsroll, Chokeroll. Oh, that's it? No, Almakis, right? Almakis is over here, yeah. So we have to add these 3, and then we have to have Begrazith and Kethraj. So that's 5, plus the Kafralosk and the Ziggurazin is 7. So we are going to be full on this command card. This command card will be full. So we have to think about it, laying it out a little bit intelligently, even though maybe it would make more sense to lay it out a slightly different way. Because I was thinking like Kafralosk and Gaftalosk could be next to each other, even though they're separated by a tier. Oh, I have to add the Othstol. I actually don't have enough space for that. So I think we'll put the Othstol on... Where does it make the most sense? Because I like the left to right across the row for military tech when there's 3 different kinds. One for each branch, right? Vornath and then Skibak, then Ulgorg. And that only really works in slots, 5, 6, and 7. Or I guess 4, 5, and 6, rather. 7, 8, and 9 could also work, but 4, 5, and 6... Problem with that is that then the Larvosk has to get bumped all the way to the bottom, and then it's out of sync with how you do it on the Kagrant when you're mutating it from the structure normally. But I guess that's probably the price that you pay, and that's still probably better. So we do 4, 5, 6, and then Larvosk is that, and then slot 8, which is X, which I believe is the same as the Iral Iris. At least that is the same for the Othstol Lava form, which you will have access to most of the time when you're using a Gosveleth, since it requires the Iral Iris anyway. We'll go ahead and define the Othstol Lava Form entry real quick. That is 1358, unit ID 152, icon ID 152 as a result. I'm going to get 27 here. Okay, so that's going to define the Othstol there. We have another slot if we absolutely need it for something like maybe the Nidus. I guess the Nidus could go there. That would give us a little bit more room up top, right? Yeah, I think maybe that's nicer. We'll do 9. And the Nidus will be there. And then we've got the Kafralosk. Now we can do the Gaftalosk next to it. String ID 625. So that's great. And then we have Ziggurazin. I've never tried to do minus entries. I don't know what you're doing, dude. I don't think the entry can be negative. So it's probably underflowing into like 128 or whatever, or 250. I don't know what the size is. Probably U8. It's probably like giving you like 256 or whatever. And that would make sense for why that doesn't work, because 256 is technically out of bounds. It's 255 would be the most, I think. Not really sure.
We are Legion!
You are Legion, Shambler. So this is 526, but the ID is 364. Okay. The Ziggurazint's all set, and that has to be on slot 3, so now it's all set for realsies. Okay. And then on the 456 on this particular command card, we can do Tosrel Haunt, Chokrel Chazal, Ulgorg Cavern, or no, Elmakus Anter. Four, 5, and 6. That looks like it's going to be 197. Sure. All right, that was pretty convenient to do, so we'll just do that again for the last two entries, which are going to be the Grazith Barrow, and then the Kethraj Keep. These are actually going to be disabled, though, because those units do not exist yet. So we don't have to bother defining them. We don't even have a button set to work with them to copy over or whatever. Now, what we have to do is we have to find all the instances of the Gosvaleth being checked. And we have to erase them because they no longer have permission to build these structures. So it's just Roleth and Agroleth. Looking back, I should have done that when I implemented the Agroleth, but I actually wasn't sure I was going to have enough time to implement the Gosvaleth part, so I didn't want to just, like, disable the Gosvaleth entirely. Although I think this is mostly just AI code. I don't really think that many things work. Also, I don't know if the gas cap, the Ziggurazint, is going to be able to be built in a conventional way. That probably is going to require a little bit more work. Alright, so now let's go ahead and find... let's think about this. So we have to add it for the circuit. Then we have to add it for this spray, which is actually further up, just above that. Then we have to add it for the Zetrith. And then we have to add it for the... Yeah, the Irulent of Oa doesn't exist anymore, so that's why. I think I actually replaced the unit ID with something earlier today on this development stream. Alright, so we have Larvosk done, we have... we have all the Cesian stuff done. Let's go to Vornath Pond. Let's go to... Ski Backed. Oh, it was right there. Borg. Yep, it's it doesn't have a custom model
Zerg
yet. It
here?
may show up as a factional thing. Oh, Zerg here? Well, the mineral fields are a unit, so yeah. Oh, I never defined Excisin Izigrazin thing. That's funny. Okay, well, I guess we go back to what I was just editing. And we go ahead and duplicate this for the Izigrazin, which is 330, it looks like. No, 364. Form. Let's see, Excisin is 149, so I'm trying to just remember that unit ID. Yeah, resources are units. That's why you can click on them, select them. That's why you can they interfere with pathing and stuff. There's no like special object. They're all units. Pretty much anything that you see in like even a StarCraft 1 map that walks around or you can attack or whatever, that's all a unit. Some things that you don't think are units are also units. Yep, everything is unit, exactly. And yeah, Ahmed is in the game. He's a big Huracan. He's tall enough he can shoot the fire at the air units, yeah. Okay. We'll define the Kethrash keep later, that's fine. Yeah, I'm not really sure if there's anything else we need to do at this point. I will go ahead and process that real quick. I know we still have to bug fix the Agrolith. I haven't forgotten about that. When you see the like regression or whatever, regress. Oop. Oh, wait, no, it wouldn't be doing that. Yeah, we're going to change this to value originated from Agrileth. Okay. Trench feet can't lift off. If the button is there, I should just remove it later. Volatile eggs. The volatile egg is just a version of the egg that can't be built over, because you can build over eggs in Cosmonarchy. So that way it blocks construction if you wanted to pre-place it. Glad to see Godwe here. Yeah, you're not really supposed to see that in game. They get deleted when you load a game. They also look different in the editor, so. That's a fake unit, for real, for real. I'm glad you think so, Alexander, by the way, that I'm out here pushing updates all the time. Definitely something I would like to keep being known for. Alright, so Agrileth equals no regression, which makes sense. That one does. Here's the question. Okay, even when you morph them, they're fine then. Okay, so this is kind of what I thought would happen here, is that the buttons wouldn't show up, so we are going to need to add some button set code to forcibly show that. Oh wait, no, I'm a goober. It's we made these mutations, but we did not actually do them in the context of, like, hold on, let's see. So the add-on submenu, should be in here. Seven and 8. Okay, what else do we have to do at this point? To find the button sets as new unit entries, we have to now go to unit ID and come to the buttons here. Big car, big car, big car. I'm pretty sure there's like some ID thing that I have to check real quick here. Okay, there is one other thing that we have to do here for the Gosveleth. Where are we? Gosveleth. For this button set here, we have to change this over to mutations, which means this 257 thing. I don't know what that is. Oh, that's the icon. Never mind. 59-0. How did I do the add-on submenu? I gotta add that for the something else there. 492. So this here, 492, is that the Terran add-on submenu? No, that's 532. But 492 is probably the unit ID for it. Okay. And now we know that Zerg in basic advance here are 498, 499. They take up too much space. I guess I could probably change that pretty easily. I just didn't even think to define something for them, probably. That's my speculation anyway. All right, let's try that. Hey! All right, let's see if it works. Well, it doesn't have the HP gain. That's a bug. Okay. Progresses correctly there. But then it turns into a Droleth. That's no good. Okay. So now if we go back to API for the regress, or it's get regression ID or whatever it was. It's probably an IDs then. Yeah, that's a power up from that mission. Oh, it is there. Why I didn't find it. Daniels Mason. That's from a birthday map I made for DF. No. Daniel is a data disk. Daniels Mason is the one who carries him. Okay, we should get a Goswelleth back now. Yeah, he's carrying a data disk. Okay, so that seems right. We have to figure out where the HP gain comes in for building morph, maybe. If we do building Zerg, we might find it. Ah, okay. And then otherwise we do building. So I guess what we would do here is actually we would do wrap this in brackets like that. And then otherwise we also check for a Nidus exit because that always works. Yeah, it's like for group flags or whatever. It's for triggers. That's a fake unit. All right. So in theory now we should get this, and it actually does it. But if we go for a similar thing and we do UHP 100, yeah, it doesn't fill up the HP bar, right? That's the big difference there. And then yeah, that's pretty cool. And then we can do Nidus here. Oh yeah, I wanted to spawn the Agrolith and check its. Yeah, that's fine. I think. Rotary is the add-on to the Starport that gives you access to the Sundog and the Salamander. Okay, cool. Honestly, I can't believe it was that easy to implement the Gosvaleth passive. I'm pretty happy with that. Okay, let's do Gosvaleth passive, and let's do Agrolith passive, and say boom, chaka boom. And let's go to the Gosvaleth itself. We'll take away the Agrolith passive from it because it doesn't have that anymore. And we can pull on the website and we can copy our stuff. We can go ahead and get ready to push a new update to the game that will include the Agrolith and this redone Gosvaleth. Implement Agrolith, revise Gosvaleth. And now we go to here and close that. We don't need that anymore. Gotta go to our patch notes here and say that for Zerg, Gosvaleth, plethaural gestation removed, new, aberrant gestation. Gosvaleth now mutate into advanced structure strings. And then down here at the bottom, we'll say new Agrolith. Say, come up here and say, mobile hive organ. I guess that's one thing we actually haven't tested, believe it or not, is we have not tested whether or not the larva can actually make agroliths. Yeah, their icon is incorrect as well, so yeah, we definitely should. I'm glad that we had the idea to test that. Let's go to agrolith. So the unit ID, or the icon ID is 818, I remember that. The string is correct for like the different training string, but the unit ID is 302, so we have to do this. And then we have to come into here and go to grafting. And then we're going to have to go to materials. Or not materials. PQ. .rec. And then we come into here. And we move this into the MPQ folder. And we move and replace all of the files. Then we can launch pre-release to make sure that we can actually train it. Let's check. There he is. Seems to work correctly. Wait for him to make. Oh, another good thing to check. We have to go back here and go to here and do units.daddyx. And then we have to open up images.daddyx, find our birth animation for the agrolith. And it is 2068 on the entry here. Go to graphics, go to construction, say 2068. I think while we're at it, we can probably swap out the sounds for the Ultra Core or something, which is 882, 887, 890, 883, 886, 879, 881. All right. And then we just come into here, and just like we did before, we just move this folder over into the MPQ, and then merge and replace all of the files. Then we double check that the birth animation works properly, and that's all that she wrote for that particular guy. There's a bug fix that a bug that I am going to try to fix afterwards. Yeah, that works out properly. All right, so yeah, I got to do a couple of other changes to that guy. Like, I got to come up with custom unit responses at some point for a lot of units, but Zerg units included. But yeah, we are ready to go. I'm going to write a few words on the Discord server indicating that the Agrolith is here. Implemented the Agrolith and tweaked the Goswell, or revised the Goswellith on latest pre-release. I don't think I changed anything else. Oh, also tweaked balance on Blackjack, Savant, Phalanx. So Savant was plus 25 minerals. Blackjack was minus 2 time cost. Phalanx was plus 2 time cost. And Vestry, minus 25 gas cost. Covenant, plus 100 gas cost. Zerg here. That's right. Everything is up on pre-release. Feel free to enjoy the new version of the game that has just been pushed to our testing branch. We'll consolidate our changes and make a couple more bug fixes and tweaks, but we'll do that tonight and get everything ready for the show match tomorrow. Guys, thanks for joining us for today's stream. It's been a great time. We managed to get some pretty good stuff implemented. I was hoping to maybe get some more Malkothrakor time today, but we did not get it, so that's just been a tease for Jack Yelansky the entire week, pretty much. But tomorrow, we are not doing a typical stream. Tomorrow's the show match. We'll see you tomorrow at 12 o'clock noon Eastern Time, or 6 p.m. Central European Time. Catch you then. Peace. Hell yeah, brother.